We are live. Live, live, live. 3 wide. Well, technically we're only parked 2 wide right now.
It's still three.
Where's
One,
Mike?
2, 3.
There's Mike right there.
He's down there in a
Now I
really
see him.
dimly lit air. Mike, did you pay the electric bill this week?
Mike may not have paid the electric.
The show for me anyway.
Well, anyways, we are live at Hoosier Park for the Dan Patch. Patch 26 tonight. Hashtag Patch 26. Make sure you watch this show. We got a huge lineup of series finals tonight, highlighted by the 26th Dan Patch stake for $300,000. And we're literally right on the finish line, so we can see who's going to win this race.
Well, we
First.
can also see who wins this race on TV too.
Maybe.
We can see. There are many ways we can see it. We just have the luxury of being right in front of them. Of when Lather Up for his new owners goes 136-2 and travels into the multiverse.
I don't know if that's going to happen, but
Well, that's what tailor-made stallions, I imagine, hoping happens. They tried that with Lazarus. They tried to get him to break quantum speed, but he could never really. He got like to quantum breach, but never to quantum speed.
well, Lather Up, I think, is a step ahead of him right now. We'll see, though. But some of our features tonight, we've got the 360 helmet cam live down in the paddock right now.
We also have Michael Carter lurking around, as if he can pop.
Yeah,
on
he's
in.
right next to us. Now he's behind us.
Right there.
There's Carter.
Now he's right there. Mike,
What's going on, Mike?
What's going on, man? How's everything?
Good. You're doing your show tonight?
Yep, we'll be doing the show actually right next to you guys. And listen, you got one of you guys have to pop on or both,
yes.
you know.
Can you believe this, guys? So if we look over here, Rod, switch over to the side cam for us. As you can see here, they've positioned a whole other show.
And there's
within
Jessica.
10
Jessica's
feet of
behind the
us.
sign.
And they're expecting a war to not break out? Like, come on. Did we learn nothing from the Middle East?
Battle Royale.
It's not North American Harness Update anymore. It's North American Time with Mike and Jessica.
It's North American Post time.
That's right, North American Post Time.
Listen, this is going to be a fun night because we're going to be popping in and out of each other's feeds all night.
That's right. Looking forward to it, man. It's gonna be a good time.
Just buy me dinner first, please.
Listen, I already bought
appreciate
somebody
that.
dinner. Okay, I can't. afford to
Listen,
pay you.
I owe Mike a beer after the races.
Right.
He picked me up from the airport a couple weeks ago. So, see, we got Carter saying bang bang.
You stole
I'm not saying that to be fun. I'm not
someone
saying it to be funny. I'm saying it to be serious. You know, I helped him out, so bang bang, I need a beer.
Absolutely.
So good luck,
You
guys.
deserve a beer. It's Mike Carter.
There's something so like blissfully youthful about that phrase, bang bang.
Love it.
Like I'm just picturing a little 3-year-old child saying that as he tries to get his almonds from his mother, and the mom's just like, "Kid, you're nuts." Bam, we're done. That's the show. We did the show, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
That's all we have to do.
Oh, lordy,
As
lordy.
I'm still here's the thing that always happens with us. And I have fun talking about it because at this point I think it's kind of comical. The fact that the universe does not want us to do this show at all. You got here 10 minutes before we went on the air. I think even 5 minutes. I've been here since 2 o'clock, but of course each piece of equipment we had was not working. And so I dillied, I dallied, I diddled and fiddled. People can't believe I play the fiddle, but I know how to play the fiddle.
Nobody believes
Get
that.
my pen back.
I was borrowing it
Get your own pen.
because I was handicapping the first race.
You didn't handicap the first race?
No, I said I was handicapping the first race
Oh,
because I like money. Bang bang.
there's 14 races
But
total.
they're getting ready to come to the track.
14 races total on tonight's program. Of course, headlined by race 12? Or race
11.
Race 11, the $330,000 Dan Patch. It says $300,000 on this little piece of poster board we have here, but they added 30, I think, just because they're feeling generous. And by the sound of that,
Post parade
it's time for the post parade.
for race number 1.
So, Rod, let's take a look here at this first race. We have, I believe, 10 horses going. We have 9 horses going postward for this first. This is the Marion Savage Final. Now, one thing people will see on the entire card tonight, Rod, it's mostly late closing races. Big money for these conditioned horses, which, without a doubt, can make these sort of races maybe more bettable. But I also feel, too, looking at the card, there are a ton of standouts.
There are. I mean, there's some horses in extremely good form right now that are going to be very tough to beat, but I found a few prices that I think definitely play here. And if you're watching, if you get the feed up, Ray, I don't know why John DeLong doesn't have the helmet cam on right now, but we've got race 1 on the racetrack, and my top pick here is the 5 Backup, coming in off of 5 wins in a row. Second start for Bellamy Stables, who is one of the sponsors for this show, by the way, Bellamy Bulac Stables. Backup is very, very sharp. Last start, he won by 3.5.
He win or he won?
I'll say it how I want to say it.
How about you say it correctly?
Bang, bang.
You come to my set late, you speak English.
But he won by 3.5 last time, last quarter, in 26-3 on the lead while making a first over move past the quarter. Very sharp. It's hard not to have this horse on top here. And then for second, I'll go with the 7, Always Breaking Hearts, coming off 4 wins in a row. Second time for Pete Redder, who I happened to see on the way in. And he's currently 2-1 on the board. I like his chances here. He's just got to be able to get close enough to back up in order to win.
I don't know, Rod. At this point, I don't really feel like I need to know who stopped to say hello to you. And I don't think Mike really cares to know who stopped to say hi to you either. Mike, 9 horses going postward here in this first race. The 5 currently the favorite at even money. That 5 is Backup A. That's right, Backup, the horse that won in his prelim. I should probably open my program. I looked at the races, but I don't have my program open. But Mike, when you see a horse here that has 6 straight wins on his lines, you can understand the appeal of betting a horse like that, but do you also try to beat him at all? Is there any logic to try and beat him?
Yeah, I think you can because, I mean, this horse was racing, 65 climbers not long ago. The money is now a lot bigger in the race. You have $14,000 purse. There's some horses that have been racing well at upper levels. I mean, you look at a horse like the One, that horse was racing at 12 climbers in his last, 2 starts ago at Toyota. Came back to Hoosier on August the 2nd and kicked 26-3, and was bet into this horse last time. I would expect a lot more pressure on the front and could set up for this horse. And right now you're getting a fair price, 3-1.
3-1 here currently on Mint to Cruise with Trace Tetrick. Although when you see a horse like this, Mike, that was racing against tougher in the past, drop in class and not win, don't you get a bit phased by that?
Well, not necessarily, because the horse raced well enough. They knew that they were, in this series to get extended monies. So I don't find that a detriment at all. And this horse has 7 wins this year already. 14 times in the money. I mean, he's holding his own pretty much whatever level he's in. So I'm not against that at all. I don't mind that race one bit.
I definitely felt that the horse is a contender, but I would be much more interested in him if he had won that last race. But then again, it's like where else do you go in this field? You have 3 decisive horses, and then everyone else is a big bomb. Like, for instance, the 2 King Leonidas, Rod. We see he made a big first over move around the final turn, but finished 3rd by 4 lengths to Backup. So right off the bat, you don't think he can win here because he lost to a better horse who's in this race. But at the same time, when you see a move like that, do you think maybe if the race unfolds differently, he could be a contender at 13-1?
Well, yeah. I mean, he's definitely a contender. I think the key is going to be how the race sets up. He draws inside, so he's going to show that early speed once again. And if he can stay close, maybe get a 2-hole trip, a 3-hole trip, he's got a good shot, because I don't think he's going to end up first over again like he had last time, and he just got tired on the end. He didn't even really get tired. They just out-sprinted him. He came home in 27-2. But, yeah, he's definitely one that I would give a look at, especially at 14-1.
He was, the fact that that move I saw of him going first over was one that caught my eye. The same way that I see the 3, LaRock and Sampson for the Planos, currently up on the board at 45 to 1. First start off the claim, Rod, and Mike. Mike, you're introduced in this conversation too. We see LaRock and Sampson go to the front, set quick fractions, and falter. So perhaps maybe we think second start off the claim, if he minds his manners, he could be a much bigger factor in this race. 46 to 1 after all.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of horses in this race that are sucking off the claim for different connections, that are all trying to get into the series, that have flashed speed in the past. And I think that that's what makes the favorites vulnerable in here, because you're going for more money. The connections knew that going in. I don't expect, the 5 or the 7 to get easy trips in the race. I think that there's going to be, a huge stack up late, and whoever, gets the best trip, gets the room late, is going to be live late. And you were much better, I think, accepting these bigger prices, because, even though these horses don't look as good as some of the ones that have been winning on paper, they still aren't without a chance.
Well, we're a couple minutes away from post time here. By a couple, I mean 1. 1 minute to go here until the opener on Dan Patch night at Harrah's Hoosier Park. A track that just can't decide who wants to own it. It was Hoosier Park, then it was owned by Centaur, and then owned by Caesars. But that just means that a lot of people want in on this racetrack. They think it's a viable investment. Either that, or Caesars just wants to own all of gambling.
Yes, that's a very good possibility.
Well, we're getting 40 seconds to go. Final thoughts here. Rod, even money on backup.
Kind of expected, and I do think he just went down to 4 to 5. I expected it, but I'd take a little bit of value in the 7.
Mike, you're getting 7 to 2 on Mint to Cruise. That value to you?
Yeah, I like him. Also, a huge price that has a chance is the 8, Rolling Sea. Gets Teague now. Was 4 to 1 against some of these horses not that long ago, and tends to come from out of it. Could get a trip, new driver. You're getting a massive price, 34 to 1.
All right, well, we are on a 6-second delay here this evening at Hoosier Park. We tried to be at 0, but once again, we prayed to the wrong god. Field of 9 for the opener. On Dan Patch night, the Marion Savage final in motion, approaching the start. And they're off and pacing. From the outside, Meant to Be Shooter shows speed, as does King Leonidas towards the inside, darting past Mint to Cruise from the pylons. And now Lawayne Miller and Meant to Be a Shooter go right to the top, moving into that first turn. King Leonidas then sits a loose pocket, 2.5 lengths off the leader. Wide then the favorite back up from third, while Mint to Cruise to the inside races fourth towards the opening quarter. Then fifth to the outside, Always Breaking Hearts past the first quarter in 26 and 3. Sitting sixth comes LaRock and Sampson, ahead then of Skyway Grand Slam. They're then back to Rolling Sea and Gunny Wilson towards the back of the pack as they move towards the half. King Leonidas circled past horses to take the lead, but outside comes Always Breaking Hearts to brush past and try and take control, moving towards the half on his back. Back up, gaps a touch on cover, now left alone. First up through a 55 and 1/2. 28 and 3 that second quarter to the far turn. Always Breaking Hearts leads here narrowly by a length. Outside the odds-on choice, back up looms closer. Now match strides with the pace setter coming to 3/4. King Leonidas then sits third to the inside of Meant to Be Shooter, trying to get room as they come on to 3/4. Always Breaking Hearts only leads by a neck. Outside back up with King Leonidas waiting for the open stretch past 3/4 in 1:23 and 2. They're homeward bound. Back up takes the lead from Always Breaking Hearts, now retreating. Outside then Skyway Grand Slam rallying up into second with LaRock and Sampson towards the center, and Meant to Be Shooter weaving through horses late, coming down to the line. Back up leads by 2 from Skyway Grand Slam, taking second. Always Breaking Hearts third. Back up delivers as the favorite in the opener from Always Breaking Hearts and Skyway Grand Slam in 1:51 and 1. What? I thought that was the 4.
It was.
It was the 4. Michael Carter loses his first bet of the night. We're 6 seconds off. Well, 1 to 2 here starts off the night as back up, go ahead, goes straight ahead. Rod decided to leave the set just to come back. 5.749. The unofficial top 4 here in the first.
And I'm pretty sure that was on the website, NAHUpicks.com. Bang, bang.
You're doing what I did at Hambo Day, where 1-2 shot won the first race.
Yes.
And you said I'm the greatest.
Yes.
Because
That's the wizard. The wizard, he loves that. He does that.
55 to 1/3.
1-2 over 5-2. Yep, over 55 to 1 over 39 to 1. We talked nothing about the 4 and 9. We mentioned every horse. I at least mentioned every horse, but the
except
4
the
and
4.
Yeah. Which, I mean, go figure. That just goes to show what kind of night this might be.
It's gonna be a good night.
That's early. You thought you of course this is what happens to you. You see one race and you think that's going to indicate the entire card and every race and it's going to be chalk, and you do this all the time. All the time.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that outlook? It's
and
correct.
the Hambo goes and like a 17-1 wins and you're like, oh, I can't believe it.
By the way, our sponsor won that first race. I'm gonna go get him on the feed here.
Oh yes.
Excellent.
We have to remind you. Well, we don't have to remind you. We choose to remind you. We could just break contract, but why would we? Today, this show, of course. The Hoosier Tonys by us.
Oh, here's Rod on the helmet cam or whatever he is.
I got it here. I got it.
Oh, Rod. Oh, okay. Rod is.
There's my brother right there. You can see him with the helmet cam. Here you go.
Okay, so we go to Hangouts. I didn't get a chance to say Bellamy Bulak Racing. Ryan Bellamy, of course, the trainer, as you can see in the red and green. The connections to backup winning here in the opener at 1-2.
Rod's brother looks just like him.
CJ, get that helmet cam down there.
I was just saying that. I said to CJ, he ought to be worried that he looks so much like Rod Allums Jr.
CJ, turn that on. Ready? Is it ready? All right. You good?
I don't know what's happening at this point. I was just sitting here. We got prices here from the first. Backup pays $3 to win, $220 to place, $260 to show. The 7 always breaking hearts, $360, $280, and then Skyway Grand Slam $640. 10-cent Superfecta 5.749, $38.76. We wait for the roll around again. $2 exact to 5.7, $820. $2 try 5.74, $71.
That's a big super in that race for the top 2 as the favorites. That's a huge super.
Uh-oh. More people coming in here.
Nice to meet you. See you a lot. Knew your dad. Yeah. Glad to see you're doing something good. I really like it. I enjoy watching it.
Thank you.
Keep on doing it, man.
Appreciate it.
Rod, did I give you permission to be spotted?
I think this happens everywhere.
Everyone knows Rod. Everyone.
Well, we really need new bits then, if that's all we got. Mm-hmm. Everyone knows Rod, and then Ray sometimes just pours milk up his nose.
Or falls out of his chair.
It's not. I've always said.
Or leaves the set. He just decides the show's over.
I've always said in racing, there needs to be more people in broadcasting that just fall out of their chairs. Could you imagine if like Dave Brower or Dave Little were just in the middle of a show, and then Dave Brower was like, he saw a horse was 1-9, he thought the horse would be like 3-1, and then he just actually, the surprise manifested into a physical gesture of him falling out of his chair. Wouldn't that be hilarious?
When TVG first started, they used to goof around like we do now and do all kind of crazy stuff, and they stopped doing that because like the establishment like said, that they're too goofy and have too much fun. So then everything had to be serious. But they used to do the show like we do it now, like and when it first started 20 years ago.
We're bringing it back.
They did a lot of funny stuff. It was good. Now it's too serious.
Well, I think funny stuff for what we do is a bit of a strong term. Very much what I do is provocative. It is insightful, educational.
Yeah.
Erotic.
No. I wouldn't say any of those things about what you're doing.
I would say that about Bellamy Bulak Racing, who is a sponsor of our Dan Patch show. You saw Ryan Bellamy. He's just a stud. He's a stud.
I thought he was coming over, Rod. Where is he?
He was in the winner's circle. His horse was in the first race,
yeah,
so.
The trainer won the first race. He's a stud. And also.
Oh, I thought you were going to get him to come over to do the show.
Ryan doesn't really do camera work, so it's a little bit tough to get him on camera. But, you know, I'm happy he won the first race, and, you know, I've known Ryan since I was a kid. We were both kids. Our families.
I like that graphic. Did you do that, Ray?
What?
Did you do that graphic? Did you make that?
Yeah, I made that in 10 minutes.
Nice. How about fixing the website in like 2?
Well, I also got to re-hook up the feed on this TV, so at the very least we can have a better sight of what's going on. Meantime, second race coming up, $17,000 purse, the Oxford, Indiana final, a race that serves to inform people that there is, in fact, an Oxford, Indiana.
Yeah, I don't know that that's why it is named that, but...
You know that's exactly why it's named that.
I highly doubt it. This is non-winners of 2 trot final, series final. For non-winners of 2 or 25,000 lifetime.
There's an or? That's not. That's serious.
Yes, money.
That's serious.
Money. This is a field of 10. The number 10 here at Hoosier starts in the second tier, so you got to make sure you pay attention to that.
Attention?
Yes, attention. A horse I like here quite a bit is a decent price place. Currently 7-1 is the number 7, Dawn's Episode. Gets away in the back most of the time, and last week they got to the half in 57 flat. This horse was 12 1/4 back, so at 5 lengths, you know, this horse was at the half in 59 2 and ended up trotting the mile in 55 4 last quarter and 26 flat, and that's huge for a trotter. I don't care what kind of trotter it is. It's a very, very fast last quarter and fast last half. So I really like his chances. He's just got to get close enough, and he's got a shot to win. The 6, Always Be With You, definitely plays off that last effort. A win by 2 1/4, and he's made $35,000 this year already, or she's made $35,000 this year already. I really like her chances, as long as she can get close and stay on gate. And then the 4, Bebop's Bear, I think definitely plays in this spot. This is kind of a trip horse, though, so I'm a little worried about that aspect of it. But I would throw this horse in your exotics. And then another one from the rail, the 1, Truly Inspired, was making a move and ended up breaking last week. If this horse stays flat, I think the speed is there and the last quarter is there. And this is definitely a spot that this horse should hit the ticket as long as she's on gate.
And we see here currently, as horses are getting ready to step onto the racetrack, 6 5 on the 3 light years away. Mike, it very much seems that the betting is not too difficult to decipher. They're betting who they think are the best horses, as nightmares are coming back to me currently. I'm not done with you, buddy. I am not done with you. Don't look at me like that.
You got to talk into the microphone, Rick, because people can't hear you.
What do you mean people can't hear me? People need to hear this. All right. Well, I would.
Mike, tell us who you like in this race.
Wait, but I got him. I got Hoosier Tony. They're post parading, but there's one horse that people care about, and it's our boy Hoosier Tony right here, who has never spoken a word until now. Well, then what are you doing here? What am I doing here? Rod, get the feed up. I'm having an existential crisis.
They're out for the post parade. Mike, tell us who you like in race 2.
Okay, I agree with you, Rod, on the 7. That's something I look for as a good angle is a horse that gets Lasix that actually responds to Lasix. So this horse was 39-1 on July 17th. Straight on was a 3 and raced fairly well from an outside post. But that first time Lasix last time was bet. And, like you said, that huge back half from an outside post. I like that the horse responded to Lasix. This horse is a little bit cheap. I mean, 1 for 18 life, but that improvement makes me think, especially with a lot of horses that like to break in here, plus a lot of horses that like to race up close, that this horse should be closer. With a little with some time to go in the race to where he can launch that big move and pass them all late. So I think that horse has a lot of value in the race. The 4 Bebop's Bear is another one that is always in the mix. I mean, it's 5 for 5 in the exacta so far this year. So he's obviously improved. It draws perfect. Burnt some money last time, but you're getting a better price this week. Let's see. Right now, the 4 is 8 to 5, which the horse was 1 to 2 last time. I would expect this horse to drift up some. The 9 to 1 on the 7 is probably a little bit too good to pass up for me. I would be 4-7.
For some reason, so I handicapped these races on the plane, and I lost all of my information. So I'm trying to remember who exactly I liked in these races here.
Well, you can read the program and see who you like.
I don't know how to read. I only know how to write.
By the way, Ricky McCumber Jr. has the helmet cam in this race, the 10 horse. Currently second longest shot on the board at 63 to 1.
Yes, you want to give the people a nice view of the back of the field.
No, he's got the 10 hole, so he starts in the second tier. He's going to be getting away mid-pack here, so that's a good thing.
I was going to say, if you truly wanted to give people a sense of being in the back of the field, you would have driven the horse.
Yeah.
we have about 2 or 3 minutes until post time. I'm surprised. Was there only one prelim for this? No.
Yeah. Most of these only had an elimination last week.
Okay, well, no, because it's interesting that they're betting the 4 more than the 6, considering the 6 won the other division of the Oxford, Indiana.
Well, the 4 is a little more consistent.
But what's weird, too, is the 6 beat the 4.
And, well, the 4 was locked in on the rail as well, so you got to keep that in mind,
right.
too.
The 4 had a tough trip there. The 6 was by himself on the front. That's not going to happen this week, I don't think. So.
The 7 at 8 to 1 right now is just tremendous value.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think a 4-7 exacta is definitely worth a bet in the race. And then, you could get creative with tries in here. I think about anything can run third.
4 on top, really?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind him at all.
Okay. Yeah, I would definitely have to see him push out more than he did in that last race. But you look back at his lines 3 starts ago when the horse was like 2 to 1. But the horse tends to take money in general, so we can't really use betting as an indicator of whether he's going to leave or not. Nonetheless, 3 starts ago, moved at the quarter, took the lead, and then won by 6 lengths in a race that would probably destroy this field unless someone just happens to improve drastically within the next 3 minutes. But again, then the issue though is the last race we had some live long shots coming into contention, albeit the horse that won was much better than everyone else. But in this race, it's kind of difficult to try and find one of those 30 or 50 to 1 shots because they break. Or they break.
I like the 1 a little bit here as a very
You mean
long
he doesn't
bomb.
break?
No, I mean the 1 tends to make breaks, but the horse is fast enough as long as she stays flat.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really. I mean, the horse does finish up, but the 1 hole is probably not the greatest place in the world for a horse that likes to break. I mean, I could see it maybe with a little bit of a trip, but I don't know, Rod.
I'm sort of interested in Quick and Balanced as an outside contender for the exotics, simply because you look 2 starts back from that outside post. She gunned but parked the mile. And so then next out, they went a bit more of an easy trip. She kicked home in 26 and 4 to finish 8th. She sat back the whole way. So at 57 to 1, to me, it makes sense that if you're going to toss maybe a couple of bucks with the favorite on top of maybe like a super.
Yeah, and you get Trace Tetrick in the bike too.
And I also feel that people are ignoring this horse because Sam Widger opted off.
I mean, he's going to opt off. He won the race with the other horse last time. I mean, whereas this horse, finished in the back. So, but you get a very capable replacement. The outside post is a problem, but if they sit and try to finish up again, maybe just get in the flow, follow the 7. Who knows? I mean, there are worse 50 to 1 shots. That's for sure. And I don't mind the 10 either.
All right, well, we're 70 seconds away from post time, slowly crawling towards 60. 4 to 5 here on Be a Bob's Bear. Is that your consensus pick, you two?
No, I'm
4
on
to
the
5.
7,
We're on the
Dawn's
7.
episode.
Okay, Dawn's episode to win. You think?
Yes.
At 6 to 1.
Yes, Dawn's episode, 6 to 1. Starting tonight, 2 for 2. Bang, bang.
How about for you, Mike?
Agree on the 7. I do see the 4. 4 to 5 is very low. But I mean, I do think this horse is probably the most talented of these ones. Just can't get locked in.
For me,
4 to 5 is too low.
yeah, just looking at the board, 3 to 1 on the 3 seems like value in this spot. And if the 4 to 5 beats him, then so be it. But of course, it's 63 to 1. I'm looking to see how Quick and Balance can finish within the exotics.
Yeah, I think 9 and 10 can maybe fill out supers. And supers pay good here. I mean, super paid good in the first race. The favorites were 1-2.
Well, they're lining up for the second of 14 here at Hoosier Park, the Oxford, Indiana. A full field of 10 swings into the stretch. 4 to 5 favorite, the 4, Be a Bob's Bear. They're in motion and approaching the start. Off and a trotting, Let's Go For It All from the outside, floats towards the front, light years away, then to the inside, leaves with Anything For You getting away towards the inside. Now into second as they move towards the first turn. DeLong tucks in third with Let's Go For It All, while back fourth goes Be a Bob's Bear, the favorite, moving to the opening quarter. Sitting fifth, Petra then, ahead of Always Be With You sixth. Seventh comes Mr. Charmbro from the second tier, parked out then Dawn's episode towards the first quarter. Truly Inspired, the penultimate, Quick and Balanced, trails through a 27-3 opening panel. Down the backside, or rather up the backside, light years away. Ahead here by a length and 3/4 from Anything For You second. Outside and advancing comes Be a Bob's Bear towards the front, now into second, and only a length off the lead heading towards the half. Shuffled then Anything For You ahead of Let's Go For It All. Stuck inside as Always Be With You. Gaps cover while Be a Bob's Bear takes the front through a 57 half. 29-2 that second quarter. Heading to the far turn, Heitman leads with Be a Bob's Bear. The margin 2 is light years away. Gaps from the pocket. Getting ready to tip out though, coming to 3/4. Always Be With You slowly progresses towards the front, while Shuffled Anything For You looks for room to the inside. Now fourth. Back then to Let's Go For It All. Second up in the flow, Dawn's episode as they come towards 3/4. Chasing Be a Bob's Bear in 1:26-4. A 29-4 clip set by Be a Bob's Bear, who leads narrowly from Always Be With You to the outside, bearing closer. Now a neck off the lead as Widger digs into Be a Bob's Bear. Be a Bob's Bear, though, battles back as Always Be With You hangs to the outside. Light years away, drops back in the field then with Dawn's episode to the outside as they hit the line. Be a Bob's Bear, a length winner from Always Be With You. Very tight for third in 1:54-4. So far, Chalk goes 2 for 2. Be a Bob's Bear at even money. Went right to the front as he did 3 starts back. And Always Be With You seemed like he was going by. I mean, he was never going by. The 6 was never going by.
No, the 4 was just loaded there. Still had a ton left at the wire, and, Heitman never really even asked this horse.
7 was good in there. Just was parked every step the entire race and was in a photo for third. So that wasn't a bad pick, Rod. Just kind of got tired there.
4, 6, 3, 2, even money over 4 to 1, over 3 to 1, over 40. 4 to 1, Anything For You, the horse that ended up staying flat and capping the super at a bit of a bigger price. But he was one of the lower, bigger prices in that superfecta.
Yeah, just because he has the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really the only reason.
Uh-oh, we're going to get a copyright strike.
Turn the mics off.
I kept mine on. Nothing says
No,
Dale Heitman like we will ride you.
Yeah, we don't want the copyright strikes. That's for sure.
I mean, at this point, who cares? I mean,
But-
I'm surprised at this point the FCC hasn't just knocked on our door and said, "You,
Yeah.
out."
Right. It's coming. It's coming. Don't worry.
Probably. 2 races in so far, Rod and Mike. Favorites won both.
Oh, I caught the super there.
For what? $10.
Yeah. It's not going to be much, but it'll be decent, I think.
You know what else will be decent? A cheese sandwich right now.
No.
You
The
could probably
super's
buy-
not going to be anything here.
You could buy like 5 cheese sandwiches with that superfecta.
Yeah.
I'm sure Peter Lurie knows where to get a cheese sandwich.
Maybe.
You might get $50 for a buck.
Oh, that's $5 for 10 cents then.
No,
You were lucky.
this
Cheese sandwiches are cheap though.
the exact is probably, I'll say $15.
Yes, welcome to a new segment of our show where we guess the payoffs because we have nothing else to talk about.
10 seconds before they show up on the feed.
You can't make bets on what it's going to pay. Here's a bet for you. Over under on races Mike Oosting wins tonight. I'm setting it at 1.
No, 1's a pretty good number tonight, I think. It really is. I mean, it's tough.
It is. It's a tough night.
This is a very tough night to win a race.
We got payoffs. though.
31.80 on the super. Bang, bang.
10 cents super 31.80 for $2 $636 bucks for $2 that superfecta paid. Wow. The exacta 14.80, the trifecta 50.40. For 50 cents it gets it 12.60. Combination exacta 4.6, combination trifecta 4.63.
I got to tell you, it was nice being able to make money in that race with the super, because I did bet the 7 to win in place, so I thought I was going to lose money, and I ended up making money, so I'll take that.
That's what I did. I bet the 7 to win in place also.
Here's another bet for you tonight. The odds that in the winner's circle, if Latherup wins the Dan Patch, over under on cowboy hats at 2.
Pick 4 starts here, race 3.
Why do we care about pick 4s? I care about cowboy hats, especially
I don't
after
care
the sale.
about that.
Well, you heard Mike. You heard that they sold Latherup. They sold a share of him to TaylorMade.
Okay, I mean, they seem to be buying the best ones, and, good for them. He's a fast horse. He's legitimate. I think that's a good move.
I'm just curious how much that would actually translate to being a good stallion.
I do want to bring up
yes, bring something up.
some of our fans that are watching right now. So Derek Givner, I know we don't have to guess. You don't have to side with Ray here to get on his good side.
What?
Guess the payoffs. He said you don't have to guess. They tell you the payoffs.
I knew
Darren Gagne.
Listen, that's typical horse player, okay? Like in every OTB on earth, every horse player will tell you what it's going to pay before they post the payoffs.
But Mike.
Yeah, I like guessing.
But Mike, who in there? There's something else. Who goes? When I grow up, I want to be a horse player with that image in their head.
This is the life we've chosen, Ray. Seriously.
I want to wear.
Nobody wants to grow up and be like a crack hoe either, but things happen. I mean, this is just the way life goes.
I want to grow up to wear stained New Balance sneakers and Coca-Cola T-shirts.
I mean, this is, the life we've chosen, so deal with it. I mean.
What Mike is saying is really, there's no hope.
The life of crackheads. The life of crackheads.
There are worse passions in life. You know what I mean?
That's true. I could be in government.
Well, if Trump can do it, so can you.
Anybody
That's
can.
the unfortunate thing.
Anybody can. Okay, we got to move on. Race 3
Yes.
starts the pick 4.
Race 3, it's the Joe Patchen final. We all remember Joe Patchen. I've told many a story on
No,
this
you
show
haven't.
about Joe Patchen.
You haven't.
I told the story about how one time him and I went to a
No.
Kroger's, and then you know who walked in? Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, sure.
What?
Jimmy Carter hasn't walked since you've been alive.
You had a better chance of talking to Mike Carter than Jimmy Carter.
Rod, you better hope that Jimmy didn't hear you say that. Because Jimmy has grown violent in his older years.
Yeah.
Listen, like
Sure.
he's like 5 seconds from being dead. Just
All right. Leave the guy alone.
What universe would BuzzFeed report? Dumb podcaster predicts death of president. It's not gonna happen.
I'm not dumb.
Anyways, we've
Race
got
3, Joe Patchen. We got 10 horses going.
we got the
closer
pick
here.
4. Pick 4 starts here.
Oh well, I don't have tickets from you guys.
I do have a ticket.
Okay, tell us how you single Gold Star Major in this first race.
I did not single, but I'm using.
You did not single the 1 to 2 shot. Okay,
No.
I'm interested.
All right, so this race, the 1 Gold Star Majors, obvious favorite, 1 to 2 currently, but his form is excellent right now. The only problem is he's got the rail. I think it's a little tougher spot. He's going to have to end up first over in this race in order to win, I think. So that's why I'm going to slide against him here and try to beat him with the 4 DL's Big Elvis. This horse last week, off the qualifier, that was off a layoff of almost 2 months, raced very well, finished second by a head to Gold Star Major, and he did get passed by Gold Star Major, but it was also off a 2-month layoff. So I think this horse has a shot here, and I'm going to throw him into my pick 4 ticket. Mike, who you got in his front leg?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like you said, it's wide open. I'm 3 deep. The one you have to use, given the recent form and the fact that he always takes money, draws well, moves inside, 25 and 2 kicker, all very obvious. The 2's interesting to me though. Shady Starlight, wanted a price last time. The horse has 2, decent races in a row at big numbers, draws well on the inside again, could get a trip, and, has been outracing its odds. I could see if you're going to start this pick 4 with the price, this horse is as good as anything. And then the 4, DL's Big Elvis, raced extremely well off the bench. Qualifier was sharp, then kicked 26 and 1, losing to the favorite. I think 1, 2, 4 in the first.
Gold Star Major is incredibly obvious. If you don't know how to read a program, you'd probably even pick this horse to win. I agree with you, Mike, on Shady Starlight off that last race too, especially if it sets up for someone to get the pocket, because the 2 has a much easier time of getting the pocket than the 4 potentially in this race, just by virtue of him being closer to the inside. But what about the 7 also, Townline Shady Boy, who last out parked to the quarter, then cleared, already the pace was hot there, and then still fired home in 26 and 3 to finish 3rd in that race behind Gold Star Major, who came off of a perfect trip. They went too fast for him to go up front. And the 7 here is currently 11-1, as now they're parading, starting with, of course, Gold Star Major.
I'm passing on the 7. I don't particularly like him on the win end. I think he plays in exotics for sure. It's just an outside post against 2 horses that have been extremely sharp. The 1's been extremely sharp. The 4 came off the layoff extremely sharp. So I'm sticking with the 2 chalks here.
I am in favor of creating a voting system where people can vote us off the show, and it would start with you for picking the 2 favorites. They would have done it with me though, Hambo Day, because all day I was going, I don't know how you beat the favorites. I don't know how you beat the favorites. I think 11 favorites won on that card. This card seems a bit more promising though. It seems a bit.
Well, they're 2 for 2.
Well, it's only up from here.
Well, we got leg 2, and I'll be honest with you, leg 2, I don't have anything that I really like in particular in that race. I'm going 6 deep. The 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 9 there in the second leg. Mike, do you like anything else?
I threw the 4 in. I think that the 4 is definitely usable. Raced well last time on the front, coming off a really nice qualifier 2 back at Hawthorne. So I think the 4 is another use in there also.
What about the 9? So
I use the 9.
I hate them doing this thing where we talk about one horse and I just go, what about this one? What about that one? It sounds like I've never been to a racetrack before. I'm just sitting here going, so the horse has 4 legs? And then you go, yeah. But the 9 always kicks home. The 9 has a nice late kick, but of course that could also subject him to however the pace develops. If they aren't going too fast up front to drag him in, or if there's no flow to drag him in, it very much seems that at 12-1 he'd be an underlay in that case because he's so reliant on how the race sets up for him.
Well, from post 9, every horse from post 9, unless they have a ton of gate speed, is going to be reliant on how the race sets up. So
any horse that kicks 25 and 2 is okay with me. Period. Especially a 2-year-old.
Well, moving on, leg number 3, which is race number 5 on the program. I'm a little shorter in this race, starting with the 2, Giving Up Terror. Burke and Jingra hook up here, and we know what happens when Jingra comes down. These Burke horses all seem to race very well. I like this horse, and Yannick's actually going to have the helmet cam on. Trace Tetrick has it on right now for race number 3.
23.
I don't care.
The helmet cam won with Don Harmon, thank you.
And it won with Dale Decker in a
that
track
will-
record.
No, this horse is 0-for-23 this year.
Oh, I
But
think
Yannick is jumping on, so I'm using the horse.
Yes.
The 3, Don't Say Goodbye. This one has been beaten the last 2 starts by a total of a length and a quarter. I think he's a must play, even though he's 1 for 24. And then the 9, Jim's Perfect 10, post 9, but is showing extremely good form with last quarter's sub 27 seconds. The last 2 starts, I think he's a throw-in as well. 239. Mike?
4 deep. I think the 1's usable at a big number. Dropped last time. Was actually took money and raced better. Draws well again. The 7, Prescott's Hope, kicked 26 and 4 last time in a fast race. Won 4 times last year and almost 70,000. I agree with the 9. That's a definite use. But what about the 11? Especially with the scratch of the 10 in the race. Won last time at a price, draws well again for a sharp barn. I think worth a use also. So I was 1, 7, 9, 11.
And Ray?
In race 5?
Yes.
I haven't even been talking about a pick 4. Oh,
We're going through the races.
Oh, okay. This race. This is one of the last races I looked at on the plane before I started reading Laughter on the 23rd Floor by Neil Simon. May his soul rest in.
Somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know where it's resting, in fact.
In the ground. It's probably in the ground
If anyone
somewhere.
can let me know where he's resting, someone wake him up. This is the Sweet Lou final. I've always been a fan of these lower condition races. Like, you have the numbers of 2s and 3s. They're okay, but I do like these numbers of 2700s because you have horses that could maybe be off form, and then if you can catch them when they're on the comeback, you might be able to get a price out of it. But at the same time, you see a horse like Don't Say Goodbye, who may seem like a venerable favorite, but at the same time, when he made that first over move, he got caught.
Yeah.
And he shouldn't have gotten caught.
Right.
So right off the bat, that makes me think, well, I should try looking outside for someone to beat him. Like, Jim's Perfect 10 makes sense on the outside post, but he was the favorite last out, and he won the race that way, rightfully so.
Working.
Outside of that, I mean, Giving Up Terror to the inside has raced evenly. It seems like hanging's a big issue for a lot of this field. And Rod, when you see a horse, or when you see a race where it seems like all the horses hang, I feel like it's tough to try to figure out who gets to the wire first.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough race to play, but
I'll have a better opinion when I see the board.
Right,
certainly.
right. That's a race you got to look at the board.
Every race for me.
The 4th and final leg of the pick 4, I'm 3-5 there. One of them is going to be the favorite. Both of them, they might be the 2 favorites there, but we got about 13 seconds to post. Mike, who do you got in the last leg?
Key to 3, gets first Lasix, has been right there every week, probably as fast as anything. So the 3 for me.
As for this race, the Joe Patchen final, Gold Star Major on the board at 3-5. Do you guys forfeit?
No.
You don't forfeit to the 1? You're on the 4
No.
at 2-1.
1 and 4.
1, 2, 4, 7 to start this pick 4. 2 is an interesting throw-in for the entire any spot really.
Let's hope the chalk finally does not suffice. That's the wrong word. Nonetheless, 3-5 here on Gold Star Major as the field for the Joe Patchen late closing final is in motion and approaching the start. Off and a pacing, DL's Big Elvis from the center leaves out with Lenwood's Real Deal, widest of all past the first eighth. Shady Starlight to the inside, tries to protect position towards the first turn as Lenwood's Real Deal takes the lead. Off stride towards the back, Gold Star Major and Odds on Columbus going around the favorite there through a 26-1 opening quarter. Lenwood's Real Deal to the backside, leads here by a length and a half from Shady Starlight second. DL's Big Elvis then sits third, 3 lengths from the front. Back to Townline Shady Boy sitting fourth, ahead of Omega Cat fifth. Back sixth, Always a Sweet Victory to the inside of Brooklet's Banner. Back then to You're So Right, Odds on Columbus, and a long ways to go for the favorite. Gold Star Major is their half-mile bound. Chasing Lenwood's Real Deal, the margin slimmer, only a length and a quarter through a 54 4 half, 28-3 for that second quarter. The clip quick to the far turn is now Townline Shady Boy from fourth, moves outside, ventures into third, and only 2.5 lengths from the front. Locking in then Shady Starlight to the pocket, while DL's Big Elvis waits for racing room from fourth. Second up in the flow, Omega Cat, as now they come towards 3/4. The flow stalled, Townline Shady Boy not advancing, leaving Lenwood's Real Deal on a loose lead past 3/4 in 1:23, 28-1. Lenwood's Real Deal drifts off the cones, leaving room for Shady Starlight to try and sneak through the inside. DL's Big Elvis then dives to the open stretch. Center of the track, Brooklet's Banner rallying late as they come into the 16th pole. Lenwood's Real Deal clean to command. Brooklet's Banner trying to bolt past to the outside, and Brooklet's Banner getting up in the final strides to win here in the Joe Patchin from Lenwood's Real Deal and Shady Starlight in 150-4.
Heitman with a 2-bagger.
21-1, Brooklet's Banner. What was I talking about? Horse is a victim of pace. 21-1. But then again, at the same time, you didn't know Gold Star Major was going to break in that race. So right off the bat,
No, it screwed the whole race up.
yeah. And Brooklet's Banner, a good enough closer to just go past the whole field, especially when they go that fast. 54 to the half.
They were going enough up front, and the 5 raced extremely well there on the lead. Just got caught late,
But the 5 typically folds also on the front.
But it was still a good mile. I mean,
Yeah.
50 and what was it? 50 and 3.
150-4.
50 and 4. There's nothing wrong with the 5's effort in that race. I don't think. So
21-1, over 11-1, over 5-2, over 26-1. Now that's a superfecta.
this might carry over. What do you think, Mike? Is this going to carry?
I don't think do they do carryovers here for supers?
I believe they do.
Okay. It's probably one ticket for a carryover.
What's the exacta paying?
It's big.
We're
Hold
guessing again, Givner.
Hey, Mike, what do you think the 9-8 for breakfast? You think Dale Heitman is a keto guy? Is he on that keto
Exacta
diet?
is only 194 for 2, which is light, as far as I'm concerned.
Rod, if you wave to one more person, I swear to God,
People know me.
I'm gonna have to put you in timeout.
How about the 2 was in a perfect spot the entire way and got that was just brutal.
The 4 got jammed up all the way
Well,
to
the
the
4
open
needs to
stretch.
come first up there. Whenever you
Yeah,
have
he
2
should've
long
been
shots in
first
front of you
over.
and you're 2-1. I mean that's
By the way-
I have no idea what you're doing sitting
By the
there.
way, the helmet cam got a mention from Steve Cross
In the
Nice.
race call?
in the race call. He said they were coming past the 3/4 pole, and he said, "First over with the helmet cam there."
Little
Nice.
do we know, Steve Cross is like, with the helmet cam, what's that doing there?
But big prices
Yeah,
here in
that's
race
gonna be
number
a big
3.
ticket.
I feel so dumb because I mentioned Brooklet's Banner and then I'm talking myself off the horse, but at the same time, and this is the most horse player thing. I feel like I was right and I didn't capitalize on it, even though the entire time I was going, well, they got to beat Gold Star Major. They beat Gold Star Major, but on circumstances that you can't
But
really predict.
Ray, you were getting a price. You're getting 21-1 to find out. I mean, it's not like you're like getting 3 or 4 to 1 there. So, I think 21 was a pretty nice price on that horse.
As we see here, price is posted 10-cent superfecta, $463.40 for the 9542 combination. 45 to win, 20 to place, 11 to show on Brooklet's banner. Lenwood's Real Deal 746.80, and then DL's Big Elvis 320. The $2 exact of 9.5, 194.80 as Mike mentioned. The trifecta for $2 returns $1,584.60.
If I had the super there, I'd cry. That is criminally low.
If you had it for $1, it's $4,000.
Yeah, that's still way low in there. It's way low. I'd like to know what the pool was.
I don't mind a pick on the 9 there. I mean, the 9 is sharp enough, needed absolute perfect setup, and got it. So.
But it also.
Yeah, I mean, the horse race big, though. I mean,
and Dale Heitman's got a 2-bagger after 3.
The other thing, the important thing to mention too, I alluded to this with you, is the fact that these are all late closer finals. This is some of the most.
Right.
Peter, calm down.
Easy, Peter Lorre.
I'm out of the pick 4.
You are live.
Out.
Oh,
look
too.
at Peter. Peter just needs to move the mic back like one inch. Just move it back 1 inch, Peter. There's too much bass in his voice. He already has a really low octave. But the sound system was not built to handle Peter Lorre.
Oh, Trace already took the helmet cam off.
Oh.
Well, I kind of told him to take it off. And they got back so my brother could shut the camera off and make sure we had enough battery.
You ever just sit and then all of a sudden your shoulder spasms?
My muscles spasm all the time.
You want to talk about it?
No, not really.
All right. So
I want to talk about race number 4.
I guess it's time for race 4. That's race 5.
And Ray's going to actually give us some feed from around the grandstands here. He's going to walk around the grandstands and show everybody what Hoosier Park looks like for those of you that have never been to Hoosier Park.
Can he, before he does that, can he fix the website?
With the feed?
Before Ray Catolo goes and does his job, can he do more of his job?
Because really, you knew the wine was coming on cue. All you had to do was just flip one switch and it turns on.
Well, no, I put the code in and then it said internal error. And
I had trouble too. I'm trying to figure it out.
Let me see if I
feel
can
like
do
it needs to be on there.
Well, you have entered an invalid password. The people don't need to know about the password, Rod. They need to know about the 4th race, which is the Johnny
Waddles.
Oh, come on. No one's here for the Dan Patch. They're here for the Johnny Waddles. Don't walk away. The Johnny Waddles is coming up. These are 2-year-olds, non-winners of 1, going for $16,000. And right off the bat, I'm looking at the board. Peter Moe, the favorite here, but Francis Underwood at 5-2. Not a terrible price.
Huge post switch for the 1.
Well, also, too, the 1 is so lightly raced. And he improved so much in 2 starts. Oh, great.
This is a tough race, I thought. I mean, there's a lot of horses that can win in here. You know, you're looking at 2-year-olds that are improving constantly. The 4 is a definite horse you can use with his speed. Here goes Rod.
I love how Rod just has no sense of a show going on. He set something up. He's like, look what I did.
Oh, my God.
Okay, you fix the website then. Okay.
What does he have? Does he have a different camera?
Ray's got the selfie stick, and he's walking around.
You might have to lock it on him. You might have Rod.
Lock it on him, Rod.
Rod, can you see me?
Yeah.
You may have to lock. You may have to like click.
Yeah, I know.
On the lock. I can't do it through here.
I know.
I'm just letting you know.
As long as you're talking, we're good.
Why would I want to talk?
Because that's the whole point. Just walk around and show people.
You wonder what my mouth looks like?
Yeah, don't do that.
Oh, my God.
So Ray is on his way in.
Okay, so as you can see here, we rock right across from our set where Mike and Mike is so heinously located in proximity to us. There we are. There's, you can see Rod, his little pink shirt, what a cutie he is. We have a mutuals thing. We have a whole blasted dining setup right in here. And then what, guys, there's stairs. We have stairs.
God.
Okay, so you head up the stairs and you see, look at this vista we have of the paddock. We used to have thoroughbred races.
Okay, Rod, this is a bad idea.
But unfortunately went extinct in the whole lesson of 1800. And look at this. Look at the crowd for Dan Patch Night in the restaurant just right above the grandstand. Look at this guy in particular. I don't think he wanted to be on camera. So let's go back downstairs.
Rod, on the feed, the only thing you have is you have the graphic up. You don't have Ray up.
So that's one set of stairs. We can see here there's a whole other set of stairs.
The
So we can
signal's probably messed up, but I don't know how you guys didn't get the.
also,
I don't know how you
I
guys
do want
didn't
to
get
note
that.
there's more mutuals this way. There used to be a Fazoli's, but I think, did Fazoli's go out of business? They had to have gone out of business.
No, dude,
I don't know
Fazoli's is
what
awesome.
happened.
Shout out to Carl Howard, friend of the show. Got to give him a shout out always.
Okay, Rod, I'm telling you right now on
Crowd
the feed,
for the Dan Patch.
you
I
can't
can barely
see
hear
the
any.
graphic. You can't see Ray.
Yes,
Now
you
have
can.
it.
Why don't you pull it up and look?
Rod, do I need to fix the stream for
No,
you?
you don't. It's all fixed.
We're
I've
good
got it all
now.
fixed. The stream is on our website, NAHUpicks.com. Swing by if you can. Yeah, jump in. Ray, seriously. So Emily Gaskin just jumped in with us. Hi, Emily.
Hi, thank you
time
for
you've
having
been on
me.
the show?
It is. It's my first time. Maiden voyage.
Yeah, so great night so far.
It is. How about this weather?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yes, couldn't have asked for a better night. But yeah, good crowd on hand. Of course, great card, and looking forward to a lot of great racing action.
Now, the prep for go away. The prep for the night is very strenuous, I know, and you guys put a lot of time into this night. Tell us a little bit about how you got everything set up in a short amount of time.
Yeah, you know, this is our signature event, and at Hoosier Park, we like to make a festival out of it. So, you know, people, they sometimes they're like, oh, racing, you know, I don't know about it. We want you to come out and have a great time. So not only do we try to put on a very competitive racing program, obviously for the betting public, but we like to make it an event where people can come out. You can come out, have a great night eating. You can come out, have a great night, have a few beers. And we got a lot of activities where you can win some free race wagering, win some free gifts, and just bring a family out and have a great night at racing and hopefully pick a few winners.
Absolutely. I know you're busy. We're going to let you go, but you have to say bang, bang before you get off set.
Bang, bang.
Yes. Emily Gaskin, everybody, thank you for having us, number one, and thanks for all your effort in making racing fun.
Well, we appreciate all that you guys do. You guys are working hard to make sure that we're progressive and moving the sport forward. And here at Harris Hoosier Park, we like to partner with people like that who are constantly thinking outside the box and trying to get people more involved in racing. So we appreciate what we do, what you guys do, and we appreciate the partnership. And thank you guys for coming out and showing the support of the Dan Patch.
Awesome. Emily Gaskin, everybody. We've got wherever. What happened to the race feed?
I don't know.
Screwed my race feed up.
Jesus Christ, Rod, do I have to fix your mess again?
No, you did this.
All right.
I did it. I made it work. You made it broken.
Yeah, that's not what happened.
That sounds very much like my parents' marriage. Okay, I'm coming back to the set.
I don't know what happened to the race feed, but we're going to come back to the main cam. So maybe I'm kind of thinking Ray screwed this up here somewhere. Trying to get the race feed back up. We have it up on here. So this is race number 4, 0 minutes of post here for the Johnny Waddles 2-year-old Pacers, not winners of 105,000 lifetime. In this race,
I thought was pretty wide open. You got to turn this off.
open field here.
I said, how about you get out?
And Ray is back.
I tried to show everyone all of the nooks. Unfortunately, the crannies were closed for tonight. I guess they wanted to make sure no one tried to sneak it in there and maybe set up camp.
Trying to get the full screen feed up.
Oh, you lost it?
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
Good question.
Oh. Well, meantime, that should not have happened. Oh, wait. I don't know why that happened.
Very odd.
Yeah.
But anyways, race number 4 here. Peter Moe, extremely tough horse. He got pressed 26-3 first quarter last time, which is, very fast for 2-year-olds, especially 2-year-olds in their second lifetime start.
Okay, Rod, I gotta teach you something. So, here.
Oh yeah, we take anybody that wants to come on.
Okay, so for everyone at home, Rod didn't put the race feed on. It was on the off button. It's on now. We're 77 seconds away from post time.
Yeah. By the way, the website isn't fixed.
Well, that's because
Yeah,
I was
probably.
fixing it. Then Rod told me to get off my own set.
Yeah. We'll take anybody.
Mike, do you understand the world I live in? Because I'm trying to. Oh, it's up there.
Hey, it's there, but it doesn't work. As soon as you click on it, it quits.
What?
It's not working. I'm just telling you.
We're still live on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we are. Well, that's perfect.
Okay. Well, it should redirect you then.
Right.
Because
Do you have the feed up?
The race feed?
Yes.
Yeah, I was telling you, you didn't have it on. You had it off.
I didn't turn it off.
Man,
Anyways,
this is off.
they're 25 seconds or so to post. I'm going with the 7.
Have I done anything productive tonight?
8-5.
Yeah.
And for second, I'm going to go with the. See, the 1 is too short of a price for me. 2-1.
Well, Chuck Jones is on watching. He has three to win on the 1 here. He's saying.
The one,
I like the 4 here at 4-1 a little bit.
I don't. The 1 was the only horse that really stood out to me on paper, and of course, he's the second choice at 9-5.
2-1 here on the 1. I think is a little short. 4-1 on the 4 is not bad, especially since he's going to be close and the races have played towards. I mean, I realize the horse closed in the last race, but I think that his speed gives him an advantage in the race. And you're getting 4-1.
Oh, they're lining up nonetheless. For race 4.
Rod's son checking in too. Not Rod didn't see that, but he's on. He's on.
It's the Johnny Waddles final for $16,000. 2-year-olds are in motion and approaching the start. Off and pacing, Francis Underwood from the pylons pushes for the top, as does Peter Moe towards the outside. From in between then, it is what it is, and Buddies and Virgins now ducking towards an inside spot, heading to the first turn. Getting to the front now, Peter Moe ahead of Francis Underwood, sitting second, then it is what it is. Outside from third, off stride, goes Buddies and Virgins past the first quarter in 26-4. So it is what it is. Finds a spot at the cones to sit third. 3.5 now, 4 lengths off the leader. Peter Moe heading to the backside. From the second tier, he's Rockin' Ralphie away fourth. Back fifth, Thomas D. Then back to Fort Apache Scout, gapping sixth to the inside of Always Tell the Truth. Back then to Straight Up Cool, sitting second over with Jake's First Class on his back and Buddies and Virgins back on gate, but with a long ways to go past a 56 half. 29-1 that second quarter, moving to the far turn. Peter Moe leads by a length and a half from Francis Underwood in the pocket while it is what it is. Now angles outside for Gillespie and now drives towards the leader coming to three quarters. He's Rockin' Ralphie, locked to the inside from fourth. Catching cover Thomas D, but with 4.5 lengths to make. makeup as they come to the top of the stretch. Peter Moe leads by a length and a half in 1:25 and 2. Outside it is what it is, grinding towards the leader. Francis Underwood waiting for the open stretch, while on the far outside, Always Tell the Truth rallying into contention, as is Straight Up Cool. Here's Straight Up Cool moving past it is what it is to take the lead coming into the 16th, and Straight Up Cool powers past to take the Johnny Waddles here by 2.5 from It Is What It Is, and Francis Underwood in 1:52 and 3. So far, the over-under Mike Oosting at 1. Good. That was a good call on my part. It's the only good thing I'll have tonight, probably. As
6 to 1 was a pretty decent price there.
I don't, especially on a horse that won in one of the preliminaries.
Right.
And was completely ignored. But I don't really have much merit talking about this race since I spent the whole time being amazed by stairs. Stairs, by the way, one of the few structures that can take you both up and down.
Yeah, it doesn't take you anywhere. You just have to use them.
You'd think some people would know how. 9-4-1-6 here in the Johnny Waddles final as Straight Up Cool, another off-the-pace winner.
Yeah, the
4 was good in there. 4 raced really well. But 7 was a little better.
Closers are doing well right now.
Races have been setting up for closers too.
Yeah, they have. They're going some decent fractions on the front end tonight. So.
Well, like we talked about too, this horse kicked 25 and 2 last time. And any horse that can kick like that shows talent. I mean, and especially for a 2-year-old to produce that kind of fraction. I don't care what the track is. If a horse can go sub 26, that you don't see that all that often. And you got 6 to 1 on this horse.
Definitely 2. This horse got ignored since Trace opted off for the 1. Francis Underwood. 1 ended up being the favorite, but I mean 8 to 5, you can't bet.
It's too bad that House of Cards had to end.
It should have ended. It should have ended after he pushed her into the train. Like 4 episodes and they're done.
I don't know. I like that show. I mean,
you know what show I like?
What?
I like that show where the guy has
with the shades and the pink shirt.
No, it's a man who undergoes a real internal crisis, and he becomes a better person out of it.
Yeah, no, that's
You're right, 'cause that doesn't happen on TV. It doesn't happen on TV. There's a Straight Up Cool heading into the winner's circle.
I'm surprised you have time to watch TV as busy as you are.
By the way,
Mike, please don't mock me on my own show.
We gotta give a shout out to Aaron Allums, my son, watching right now. Bang bang.
Yeah.
How about to one of your former clients, Mr. John Bernard, who just won
John Barnard, yes, with Araldo paddocking the horse in the winner's circle. You just saw him holding the horse's head there. Shout out to Araldo. He'll be watching here when he gets done working.
6 to 1, over 3 to 1, over 8 to 5, over 50 to 1. 9-4-1-6 in the Johnny Waddles. Now, why are we still here if the Johnny Waddles is done? You can't. I mean, sure, there's the Dan Patch, but come on, it's the Johnny Waddles. Look at these prices. Look at those prices. Let's get them bigger. Here are some bigger prices. $14, not the biggest price of the night, but Straight Up Cool among the bigger prices of the night. His favorites have gone down in the last 2 races. $6 to place on him, $4.40 to show. It Is What It Is, $4.60, $3.60, and Francis Underwood, $2.60. $2 exacta, 9.4 returns 73.80. The $2 trifecta, 9.41, $365.60. The 10-cent superfecta, 9.416, 88. 94.
And actually, you had 3 of the top 4 favorites win there, and you had a $300 triple. I mean, that's huge. You're getting paid here. The exacta there, is decent also. I mean, the payouts are fine.
Yeah, I agree.
Was anyone saying the payouts weren't fine? Was there someone?
I'm just making an observation, Ray.
Yeah, Ray.
I'm just saying, I'm not watching the comments right now. I didn't know if there were people going, I'd bet Hoosier, but the payoffs are just not fair. Like, I've never even heard that as an argument before. You know, I'd bet this racetrack, but the payoffs are not fair. Because I feel like if you're cashing tickets, you think they're fair. You think
No,
the
not
payoffs are
always.
fair.
I thought the Super was very low in the last race.
In the race
There are
that just
times that I
happened,
think payouts, are not as good as they should be.
we do have a
After 25 years of doing this, I think I might have an idea.
Mike.
Well, we got to move on to race number 5. We got 8 minutes to post.
Oh man, we're already 4 races done, 5 races in. The Sweet Lou final goes for 16,000. Do you know what the 10 American Chrome scratched out of this 5th race? So the son of Net 10 EOM will not be able to show people that Net 10 EOM is in fact a stud. Nonetheless, though, we still have 10 going post. We're at 6-5 favorite currently. The 3, Don't Say Goodbye, who is the second choice on the morning line to the 9, Jim's Perfect 10, who's currently the second choice at 5-2. Was that enough numbers for people to follow, or should I throw more in to confuse them?
Oh, no, we're good on that.
Okay.
But, anyways, the 10 and 11 start from the second tier in this race. Well, the 10 scratch, so just the 11 starts from the second tier now. And I actually like the 11 a little bit here. Nickel Shard.
I do also.
You know, the post is a little bit tough, but this is a horse coming in off a win last time against this group, and raced well, got a 2-hole trip, and, you know, outside of tripping out, this horse really improved last week and has a big shot in this race at nice odds, 21-1 currently.
I'm looking at the board currently, and I mean, I see Prescott's Hope. Mike, I know you're familiar with this horse, Prescott's Hope. And I feel you're also familiar with the fact that Jeff Colifer has bought a lot of horses from Mohawk, brought them down here to Hoosier. But I see him at 8-1, and I'm thinking, that has to be an underlay, right?
I mean, I think it is. I mean, this horse, has a 48-4 life mark at Mohawk. I mean, the thing about this horse is he's very all or nothing. Either he's very good, and you can look at his record this year and see that. I mean, he's 8 starts, no wins, only 1 second. Last year raced very well, 4 wins, made almost 67,000. I mean, he's made over $300,000 life. He's capable of big speed, obviously with that 48-4 mark, but he's very much, either he's really good or you can toss him completely. And, I thought he woke up a little bit last time with that 26-4 kicker in a fast race. He's very capable. He just needs to be basically in the mood. He's a little bit, he's 9 years old now, so that's, an issue. But 26 lifetime wins. A fast horse, very capable. He just has to be, have his on night, I think, to beat these.
I feel like this is another race where you want to try and find horses outside of the obvious, the 3. And I know I didn't really touch much on this race earlier, but now that I'm looking at the board, I have a bit more interest in certain horses, such as the 1 Gorgeous for Real. 72-1 on a horse that you look back on June the 28th, he won at this class level, and then was in against way tougher, albeit last out, threw in a bit of a clunker, but the horse has succeeded at this class in the past. It seems like he's a viable contender, especially with that back class.
I mean, you're getting a big price to find out.
But you're also getting a big price on the 8. All My Exes Live in Texas as they're getting ready to step out on the track. 24-1 on this guy so far. This horse has had nothing but terrible trips. Is always put up towards the front. But again, we've seen some horses win from off the pace in these last few races. So maybe that puts All My Exes Live in Texas at a disadvantage. Yet at the same time, it seems like if this horse can just get some sort of trip that doesn't have him traveling more ground than necessary, he can be a bigger factor than his odds describe.
13 wins last year. I love to see that. That's, something that impressed me. I like horses that like to win. And like you said, the horse had tough trips at upper levels, dropped last time, had another tough trip, and wasn't beat that far, and he was bet. Now you're getting 20+1.
As the Trumpet Boys as they are informally called, bring the field onto the track for race 5, the Sweet Lou late closing final for a purse of $16,000. Do scratch the 10 American Chrome as we get the field coming by us right now.
I expected the 2 to take more money in the race. I mean, how is this horse 7-1 here?
That's true, unless there's a driver change.
No, he's driving the horse.
He's driving the horse?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That is interesting then. Horse looks fine on the track.
The 3's an awful favorite. I mean, you're going to take even money on a horse that's 1 for 24 this year. I mean, I realize he's racing well right now, but he lost to the 11 last time as the 4 to 5 favorite. This horse is 11 years old and just doesn't like to win that much, and you're getting even money. I can't stand it. It's a terrible price.
But also, too, you're seeing other horses in this race. Like the 2's 0 for 23, the 5's 1 for 19, the 7 is 0 for 8. None of these horses necessarily like to win, because if they did, they probably wouldn't be in numbers of 2,700.
Correct, but you're getting bigger prices on those horses to speculate that they can win now. To take 6 to 5 on a horse that's 1 for 24, therein lies the problem. I'd rather have a horse like the 11 that's 17 to 1 that maybe doesn't like to win quite as much, but at least you're getting 17 to 1.
But how do you feel the 11 gets into contention, since the 1, for instance, probably takes back, and the 2 most likely sits towards the middle of the gate unless you get a typical Yannick drive, which I don't know.
Exactly. So you got a Yannick drive, and the 11 could line up behind the 2. He can line up behind whoever he wants to. He doesn't have to sit perfectly on the rail. If Yannick leaves, this horse could end up 4th or 5th early, and that's really all he needs to be in contention.
Welcome back, Rod. It's so nice of you to stop by. How's it going? Oh, we didn't get it working. You never did get it working? No. Okay. Wasn't sure if you guys were.
But we got a feed.
Oh, you got a feed?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, that's good. You want to say hi to the people watching at home?
Hello, everybody at home.
Oh, you can get in a bit more.
There you go. Right in the middle.
This is Ryan. What's your actual position here at Hoosier?
I'm director of AV at Hoosier Park.
Okay, who's your boss?
Rick Moore.
Give me his contact information. I need to tell him how great of a job you did. And you didn't even have to bring equipment that ended up not working. You went out of your way during your rounds to try and help us out.
I appreciate it.
And
We do everything we can.
Rick, if you're watching, I want this man to get a $5,000 raise tonight. And if he doesn't get it tonight, he's quitting today.
I'm glad you guys got what you needed.
Yeah.
Is there any way to get footage of that GoPro stuff?
Yes. I'll get it to you after this race. He's got the helmet on right now.
Are you doing anything Dan Patch as well?
Just the bike cam.
Just the mic cam.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'll be taking that down there in a little bit. But that'll be back up here after this race.
Cool. Hey, Ryan.
That's Ryan, director of aviation, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Audio, video.
Race 5, 7. You're getting 7 to 5 here on Don't Say Goodbye. It seems like people are starting to realize, this horse hung in his last 2 starts. Don't necessarily think that he's a great choice, but
I don't know if
as I'm saying that,
they have any downstairs.
he's dropping again in price to 6 to 5. At this point, Rod, and it's so gracious of you to join us back here on the show, because you came here so late on time, and then so late on time.
Yeah.
Because, well, in all honesty, in television, so late is on time.
Yeah.
But you could also be talking to this kid with this really cool haircut right now. Everyone that just wants to talk to you and do anything but have you on this show, which, quite frankly, I wouldn't complain about either. But in this race, I was talking to Mike about the 8. All My Exes Live in Texas, currently on the board at 29 to 1. And how that seems like that might be the value of the race, because the 3's too low of a price. The 1 I thought could be a contender because he's been racing too tough, but that last race didn't really leave much courage. The 8 has been racing in too tough, dropped last out, has had terrible trips. I don't get why you're getting 29 to 1 on him.
I don't know either. If you're watching the feed, you can see, those of you watching the show, you see our helmet cam right there on LaWayne Miller.
You see our phallus atop LaWayne Miller's head.
But, the 8 All My Exes Live in Texas, he just hasn't been himself lately. He seemed like he was better in the cold weather. And
Do horses really know that?
oh yeah,
A horse really goes, I'd race today, but it's too hot.
horses that have
So-
lung issues are hard to handle, stuff like that. They do better in different climates, and I think he's one of those types.
Okay.
So, that 50-degree weather out at Cal Expo, he seems to like that. He just hasn't really been that great recently, so tough to have him. I
Okay,
like the
so we had
9
a couple
here.
people checking in on Facebook.
Yeah.
Michael asked, "What's the weather like?" Obviously, the weather's perfect, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
80
Down there.
degrees, like barely any wind. It's beautiful out.
We've got shade. There's a nice little breeze. Of course.
Tuck Jones checking in. He says that the 10 scratching certainly helps the 11, so he likes the 11 in the race. And Michael Rossi wants to know what's wrong with the 9.
Nothing wrong with the 9. That's what I was getting to. I like the 9 here. Outside post is the issue, but
too short a price, though.
but
Also,
I really like the 9. I think this horse has a shot. Going to have to come from the back, which, by the way, 3 out of 4 winners came from off the pace.
4 to 1.
4 to 1's
I
fine.
do feel like the track's even, though. I mean, I don't think the 1, the speed is necessarily a bad place to be, but the winners have come from off it. It's been a fair racetrack so far. Maybe just a little bit tilt to the back, just barely. But the first 2 races, the favorites have won, and then the last 2 races, there were setups with the favorite breaking and things like that. So, I don't have a real great opinion on the track right now as far as any sort of advantage.
I'm liking 9 to 2 on the 9 horse here. So
I'm liking 36 to 1 on all my exes live in Texas.
I agree with Ray. Ray, that's a very good price on the 8. I still think the 11 is worth a look at the 11 to 1.
Oh, never mind. There's a driver change on the 8. Ricky McCumber is driving and not Brandon Bates. I'm sure that changes the whole dynamic of the race.
no, not really.
No, it doesn't. They're lining up. Even money favorite, the 3, Don't Say Goodbye, second choice. At 4 to 1, the 9, Jim's Perfect 10. Third choice at 9 to 2, the 7, Prescott's Hope. Scratched down to a field of 10. For the Sweet Lou, they're in motion and approaching the start. Off and pacing with Prescott's Hope, pushing from the outside. The center then comes Ankle, wide of Don't Say Goodbye, the favorite, ducking towards the cones, but inside of Ankle while that one advances to the lead. Prescott's Hope then parked to the first turn by Gorgeous for Real, protecting position to get away 4th, ahead of Giving Up Terror 5th. Jim's Perfect 10 then away 6th, ahead of Nicole Shard from the second tier 7th. Cluso Hanover back 8th, ahead of Shady Jake. And last of all my exes live in Texas, past the first quarter in 26. Ankle cleared to the backside. Don't Say Goodbye, the favorite, sits second as Prescott's Hope slowly advances towards the lead, now within a length of the front, coming towards the half. On cover then comes Giving Up Terror, gapping though wide of Gorgeous for Real, sitting 4th, so that puts Giving Up Terror 5th. Third up then comes Jim's Perfect 10 and 6th, with about 3.5, 4 lengths to make up through a 54 and 1/2. 28 and 1 that second quarter to the far turn. Prescott's Hope pressing Ankle and now dropping back a touch into the final turn. Inside Don't Say Goodbye stalks the quick clip as now Prescott's Hope drops back a length from the leader coming to 3/4. Giving Up Terror getting ready to circumvent that tiring one, as does Jim's Perfect 10 from the back of the field as they come to 3/4. Ankle with the head start, but out of the pocket Don't Say Goodbye makes his move in 1:23 to come after the leader, and now the favorite Don't Say Goodbye matches strides with Ankle. From the back comes Jim's Perfect 10, widest of all towards the center, while Don't Say Goodbye takes a narrow lead. Ankle battles onto the inside. Jim's Perfect 10 to the center, trying to gain, but Don't Say Goodbye can't get by Ankle. These two down to the finish. Don't Say Goodbye and Ankle hit it together. It's tight between those two in 150 and 2. I don't know. Mark Anderson, who's with us. Mark Anderson, a friend of the show. Get in here, Mark. Come on, get.
Love the 4 in there.
Yeah, you were talking. You were mentioning
What's up, guys?
earlier. Mark Anderson, ladies and gentlemen.
How you doing?
Want to shake my hand? You don't know where it's been. I don't know where it's been. That's the frightening part.
I think the 4 held on.
And you were talking about, and I joked with you. You like the driver change on Ankle because Scott Zeron hopped in for John DeLong. And of course, you said nothing wrong with John DeLong, as if he was right behind you going, But I'm as good as Scott Zeron. Why would he say something like that to me?
Come on, Scotty's had a good year so far, I think.
But then I said the horse can really tell the difference. But apparently the 4
Yes.
held on at 10-1.
I can't believe it was 10-1. I really can't.
But of course, you know what helps? The fact that the 3 always hangs. Okay, Rod's going to the paddock. Bye, Rod. Thanks.
Have a good day, man.
Thanks for joining us for at least 5 races.
That was a bang bang.
10-1 over 6-5, over 35-1 over 6-1. Mike, how about Prescott's Hope parking the mile there and still getting 4th?
Yeah, I mean that horse has a ton of guts. You know, it's and I thought tonight he was good. I mean, he was really, you know, he never gave up through the lane. You know, huge race to be 4th there.
And of course, all my exes live in Texas. Did she finish? Did he finish?
Yeah, the horse was actually live late, just way wide. Really tough to come down the middle there. So.
Unofficially, 4-3-5-7 is Rod's going to catch the shuttle to the back.
This will be a big super, I think. This will be another $100 super.
I believe I hear Rod doing his thing now.
There you go. You guys are watching me.
Well, now we're watching you.
There you go.
Rod's right by the winner's circle where Ankle and Scott Zeron win the 5th here for trainer Craig? Crab?
Crab?
No, not Crab.
I thought that's what you said for a second.
Yeah,
it looks like Crabe. I'll say Crabe on that one.
22.40 to win on Ankle, $9.60 to play, $6 to show. Don't Say Goodbye, $3.60, $2.80 in the 5 Clouseau Hanover, $8. $2 exacta, 4-3, 76.20. $2 trifecta, 4-3-5, $1,145.80. The 10-cent superfecta, $603.10.
I thought it was going to be big. That's a big super.
But I was saying to Mark.
It's close. It can be confusing. I do understand.
That race was made by the fact that we knew the 3 does not like to pass horses.
Thank God he did
tonight. I was against that horse from the beat, like we talked about. I mean, to take 6-5 on that horse is just ridiculous. I mean, and have a stone cold perfect trip and still couldn't win. I mean, you're not going to get a better trip. He still hung.
The 4 caught a break by having the horse hung out there and stacked up the outer flow a little bit. That helped a lot too.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Yes, got a head start, and then the 3. Of course, angled out. You saw the race. We don't need to talk about the race. You saw it.
Well,
and for the people who didn't see it,
the third quarter, I think, won in the race there.
I thought what won the race was the finish.
Yes, that wasn't bad.
Did you get a chance to look at the 6th race, Mark?
I do. I like the 2 horse in there for Ross Leonard for some reason. I think
none of the pick 4s are covered, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
That 21-1 shot must have knocked everyone out. That must mean there's a carryover into the late.
Well, there's been no favorites. I mean, there's been, you know,
that horse should have never
no
been
favorites at all.
21-1 to begin with. I don't think.
This crowd can't win without favorites. I could tell. I was walking around. I said, "This is a favorites crowd tonight, out here on the track." $20,000 Manly Sturgis final. You said you liked.
I like the 2.
The 2, this Peach
Rocks? Peach Rocks. Why not? I think he's got a good chance. I think he can sit up close, maybe find room late.
Horse is 13-1 here for trainer
I like
driver
I like the 3.
Leonard.
I like the 3 a little bit in there as well.
Anything really pop out to you? Because the 3, I mean, everyone likes the 3 right now. Horse is currently even money.
Well, but I don't like him as much as I did. I don't think he'll be going off at that. Do you?
I mean,
the 4's kind of sneaky in here, I think.
Off the disqualification?
No, if you look at earlier, he was running against some of these horses that common entrance in this race, and he was holding okay with them. He's got a shot.
It seems like the 4 is probably gonna get ignored mostly because
I'm playing the 2.
She's been racing. What's great about what you just did is this entire show is just we speculate, and you just go, I like the 2. I kind of like 3. I'm betting the 2. I love that. I wish our show could be like that, but we have to fill 5 hours.
Well, I have a conviction here. I'm sorry. There are other horses in the race that I like, but That's who I like the
Well,
most.
no, conviction is good. If only more people had a conviction, then maybe. Well, no, actually, we want less people with convictions because there's, quite frankly, the prisons are filled up currently.
There's not much money bet tonight, it seemed like to me. I think it's kind of disappointing. I'm kind of mad at that.
Did you make any money at least?
So far, I'm doing all right. Oh, hey, hold on, man. I'm not really worried about that.
Me, I broke even so far.
I know you did.
That happens when you don't bet.
I like filibuster Hanover, by
How
the way.
about talking to the mic, Ray?
Huh? One more time, Mike.
I said, have Mark talking to the mic. I can't hear him.
Wait. Oh yeah, it's on. Huh. You want to talk into the mic?
I didn't think I was that far away, but eventually I guess I was. Sorry about that, guys.
He's a soft-spoken man, Mister
Not
He
really.
is very soft-spoken.
Mark Anderson. But it seemed, wow, the races are flying. Remember when we were here for race 1 and then race 2 happened? And now it's like, what, an hour before the Dan Patch? Where are we right now?
Well, there's 14 in tonight. They got to rock and roll. I can't mess around here.
This is race 6, getting ready to step out onto the track, the Manly Sturgis. I don't disagree with you on this, Peach Rocks. There's definitely an appeal to the fact that she's been racing against Indiana Sire Stakes horses. And then when she's been in companies similar to this non-winners of 4, she's raced well. In fact, she won 4 starts ago in a non-winners of 4. And otherwise, it's just been in too tough against Indiana Sire Stakes. And ultimately, it seems like that kind of class edge is what you want to try and find here in this field. Because it seems like the public, and Mike, maybe you can agree with this, the public's really underestimating the move from the Sire Stakes into this condition. Are you there, Mike? I was directing that at you.
Yeah, I would agree with you, but the money's going to come for the 3 and the 5 here.
We're having some.
And, just because these horses have been racing in faster races, and I think that, horses like the 4, that have been racing like in fairs and things like that, just aren't going to take the money because, they're sort of up against it, I think, from a class standpoint. So, people see that these 3s and 5s have been racing for 50,000 every week. That makes a difference. That's where the money's going to go. I could see the 1 a little bit in the race. Coming out of condition races, stepping up. That horse is improving for sure.
You must also like the fact that the horse comes from off the pace, similar to the 7 Bounty Lady, who last out fired home in 25-3.
Yeah, I like those sub-26 final quarters. This horse won 3 back, though. It was numbers of 26,600. That's somewhere near the bottom here, I would think. These are tougher. These are tough horses.
And we see the favorite just went by here in the post parade. Dogia Rita's next. Kind of a lazily gated horse there. But I wouldn't expect much less from the fairs. I'm acting like I know what I'm talking about. I only act like I know what I'm talking about. Rock Flush goes past. He looks all right. Here's the 7 Bounty Lady. He looks all right. This is how I analyze post parades.
Yeah.
Bounty Lady.
Oh, that one looks good. Oh, okay. Yeah, we like that one. Oh, good. Yeah.
Well,
Nice.
they're not having a lot of time between races tonight.
The most important thing, I'm smelling pancakes.
I do smell the maple something.
But I may be wrong about this, and maybe Michael Carr can confirm this to me. Michael, I have a medical question for you.
Okay.
If you start smelling maple, is that a sign of an aneurysm?
No, because I'm smelling it too.
I don't think there's much time left for either of us.
Did Probosi say that it's a sign of an aneurysm?
No, I'm doing this thing where I'm being my own doctor.
Oh, okay.
Have you not tried it?
I trust Probosi over you, though.
Are you kidding me? Have you tried not?
Where is Mike, by the way?
Oh, he's. Hold on, let me show you his.
Oh, I'm here.
Wait.
Hey, Mike.
He's hiding in the corner. There he is.
Who do I like here?
Yeah.
Oh, I was the chalk in here. I was the 3.
He's with the chalk.
Which I don't really do that. But.
Well, listen, things happen. I get it. Hopefully, if you like a bomb later, let me know.
All right.
What a conversation that was with one of the mics. The other mic, I guess we found out who the real mic is. They battled it out, and the final mic prevailed.
What do you mean the real Mike? What are you saying?
What?
Who's the real? What do you mean the real Mike?
Well, there's only one Mike of the Mike and Mikes on site here.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the other one doesn't show up much.
The other one has other commitments, which I understand. As a man with many other commitments.
You do have a lot of commitments.
I do. My wife won't like that. So
I didn't know you were married already.
For this bit, I am. We're a couple minutes away from post time. It's a real shame that I have to grow up because once I get to my 30s, people will actually believe I have a wife. That there's a threshold to this joke.
I do think that the price on the 7 here might be,
What'd you say about the 7, Mike?
You're getting a decent price. I mean, you're getting a good price on the 7. All paid pretty well here. So even if you do like the favorite in the race, it might not be a bad idea to play, some horses underneath, horses like on the 7.
I don't like that 3 at that price at all.
They're both decent prices.
I can't go there.
The 10 and the 11 are taking a lot more money than I expected.
I'm still in agreement with you, Mark, on this Peach Rocks as the value of this race. I'm not coming out. Oh, she's talking to someone else. This Peach Rock has raced well against this group in the past. Is clearly getting ignored off of those admittedly even efforts against Indiana Sire Stakes. 9 to 1's a decent price.
I like it.
Caesar's Trackside.
Caesar's Trackside.
Where do you go to Trackside? Pick up the $100,
That would be a good question.
I don't know.
Not for us, though.
When I walked into Hoosier Park, I was not briefed on where all of the promotions were happening.
I like the 11 in here a little bit. If he could snake out a trip somehow.
Nighttime again.
I could see him sneaking. If he snakes out a trip, I could see him making some noise in here.
I don't really see much else in this race outside of the 2. The 1 at 10 to 1 is not a terrible price. If the track is truly playing the closers, 10 to 1 of course is better than 8 to 1. And the horse is entering off a win.
Well, he's got 5 wins and 13 starts too. That doesn't hurt either.
So when you're looking like Mike, when you see the 1, do you think that last win was a bit opportunistic, or do you think that the horse could probably work a similar setup?
I mean, I like this horse because of the improvement. I mean, that's the thing that I'm interested in is the fact that the last 2 races the horse, stepped up, improved. So opportunistic maybe. I mean, 55 and 4 is not exactly a blistering half that this horse closed into. So, the inside post I think is fine. I like I said, the improvement. I like the Tetrick sticks. I think he's definitely worth a look again. Maybe not to win it, but to be second underneath this 3 horse, at 10 to 1. And who knows? I mean, if it would work out, maybe the 3 gets locked in or tripped up, things like that. Then he is a player, I think, for the top spot.
With 40 seconds to go, Mark, I don't think your opinion has waned at all.
I can't believe he's 9 to 1. I really can't believe that.
You started on the 2. You're staying with the 2.
I like the 2, and if I had to take any other horse, it'd be the 11. It's the only 2 I like in here, really. I don't like the 3 at that price. I can't do that.
I couldn't either.
I got some 5 figures, but whatever.
The 1 and the 2 are both overlays in this race, so it's difficult for me to pick one over the other. I'd stick with the 2, but I could understand if the 1 won. But at the same time, the 2 just went up to 10 to 1, so I think the 2 is a safe bet. As they're getting ready to go here for race 6, the Manly Sturgis final, going for a purse of $20,000. Field of 11 lines up. 9 to 5 here on the 3. Play for pay. As this field is in motion and approaching the start. Up and pacing with the favorite Play for Pay, going to the front outside of her, Dogia Rita. Dashing alongside now to take the front is the favorite Ops for the Pocket. Then away third, this Peach Rocks to the turn, casting shadows. Sits fourth inside of Bounty Lady, looking for a spot fifth into the first turn. Bad Sammy then away sixth from the second tier out of Nighttime again seventh. Then Majestic Virgin races eighth, followed by Rock Flush. Back to Tell Me Like It Is. And last of all, Tell Marsha past the first quarter in 26 and 3. The favorite retakes Play for Pay to the backside, leads by a length and a quarter, sitting second. Dojia Rita, then third, This Peach Rocks, as now outside comes Bounty Lady from fifth, now into fourth, and ranging up towards the pace setter, heading towards the half. Locked in, shuffled back comes Casting Shadows, now into sixth. Second up in the flow comes Bad Sammy. Third over, then Nighttime again, past the half in 56 seconds. 29 and 2, that second quarter, moving into the far turn. Teague has Play for Pay on the front here with a modest tempo. Ahead of Bounty Lady by a length. Inside then, Dojia Rita getting a perfect trip from third, waiting for room. Then on cover, Bad Sammy begins to gap a touch ahead of Nighttime again, ready to tip 3 high behind that one. They're then back to Casting Shadows, waiting for room behind This Peach Rocks as they pass 3 quarters in 1:24 and 2. The favorite leads into the stretch. Play for Pay, a length better than Bounty Lady to the outside, now dropping back. Then Dojia Rita to the inside, taking over second from This Peach Rocks, rallying to the inside, but Play for Pay into the 16th pole, leads here by an expanding margin and hits it 2 better than Dojia Rita, and This Peach Rocks in 1:51. Lots of driver changes here that I totally missed on. Montreal Teague was driving Play for Pay apparently. Didn't have that in my program.
He's driving one in the 13th and 14th.
Well, the favorite obliges, as predicted by me.
What a bold prediction.
Well, still won the race.
Yeah, my 2 raced okay. Whatever.
3,
Bold or not, you got 7 and 5.
Yeah, 3 was the best in there.
I was talking about the 4 too, and 43-1, the horse definitely outraced her odds and was neglected off of those fair lines. When in reality, the horse, she suited
The one was completely misdriven. It should have been second by like a ton. I mean, it was, but anyway.
Well, the tries could have come back nice in there.
Yeah, it's all going to be big.
That's going to be huge.
7-5 over 43-1 over 9-1 over.
The sad thing is if the one gets second, I have the super.
If
But he
and
did not.
buts were candies and nuts, then the queen would have balls.
Yes, that's right.
If that's not the adage of horse racing.
We're not supposed to say stuff like that.
If ifs and buts were candies and nuts.
All right,
I'm only saying it because I'm hungry at this point.
next race looks like a 1 to 5 shot. Well, 3 to 5 or under.
Well, that gives us a lot to look forward to then, I guess.
Why not? Play some trifectas.
Oh,
Where's Rod, by the way?
yeah, where is Rod? That's a good question.
Where did he go?
I'm here. Mark's here. We see who won the last.
Yes, I appreciate Mark jumping in because Rod just decides he leaves any time.
Well, don't you remember him? Oh, he's back.
There's Rod.
Not all the way back. Oh, okay. Don't even stop to say hello. Just go. Okay. It was a great talk. You know, I hope to have another one like this soon. It's like I'm not even on this set.
Oh, you're there.
Oh no.
Is he ignoring you?
I'm uploading videos.
Of what? Sure. I know what you're doing back there. You don't want to know what he's doing.
He doesn't like us anymore.
They have a kitchen back there. He's cooking a full course meal, and he's eating it all himself.
He could bring some over with it to here if you'd like.
No winners to the pick four.
Right,
$6,100 carryover. 480 to win, 480 to place, 360 to show on Play for Pay. Dojia Rita 1360, 1240, and Casting Shadows $6. Uh-oh, that superfecta.
Wow, look at that try.
$666. The exacta for 2, 184. The trifecta for 2, $1,122.40. The $2 pick 3 returns $611.80. Again, carryover in that pick 4, which I imagine carries over into the late pick 4. Do they have late pick?
No, they don't have a late pick 4.
Okay, it carries over to tomorrow's card. Now it's really a festival weekend. Because I was saying to
That's
Mark,
going to make me want to come back here tomorrow then.
I was saying, you mean you don't want to buy a car?
No.
I was saying to Mark on the drive in that there's this billboard advertising the Dan Patch Festival weekend. And all I was thinking is, the big race is on Friday. What's going on Saturday? Now there's something going on Saturday. There's a pick 4 carryover.
I'm going to have to come back.
There's a Honda dealership right down the street. This Hoosier Park is built in one of the most commercially efficient areas I've ever seen. Not only can you just go lose $1,000 on a slot machine, but also you can go eat at a Wendy's afterwards. Just walk down the street.
Oh man, spicy chicken sandwich all the way, all day long. We gotta start getting this.
We're getting ready for, God, it's already race 7. We're 5 races away from the Dan Patch. The card flying before our eyes, much like my life itself. The Zelica final next, for a purse of $17,500. These are conditioned fillies and mares, non-winners of 2. A field of 8 going postward here. 1 to 5 on the morning line favorite, as you see, Gold Class.
Yeah, 2 straight wins with that one. In fast time, has the chalk, from outside post. Now draws better, in a, shorter type field. I mean, we've had a lot of 11-horse races here. You only got 8 to work with now. Perfect post. It's going to be the one to beat, and, has beaten most of these already.
I was going to say, not only did she win last out, she left for the front, took back, went back for the front, and won in hand.
I like the 5 over the 2, 6, 7. I guess I'm have to spread out a little bit in the super, but not going to pay too much if that happens. So got to be careful. Might be better off just playing an exacta here.
I think now is a good time to remind people to advertise with us.
Yes. Lots of people watching.
You may know me as television's Ray Gattolo, or as the handsomely wealthy Ray Gattolo. You see, now that North American Harness Update is really taken off, I've picked up this hobby of just putting all of the money that I earn down the toilet. And it's gotten to the point now where I am down thousands upon thousands of dollars, and I need your help. If you would like to help me continue this hobby of throwing away my money, please advertise with us by contacting Rod at NAHUpicks.com. Make him do all the business so that way I can cash in and keep putting these bad boys down the toilet. Oh, jeez. That was like $5,000.
Please advertise with us. I desperately need the money. The money doesn't go towards the show anymore. I have a crippling problem financially that I just do not feel mature enough to resolve. As we're getting ready now for the post parade of, where are we again? My brain's been doing this all night because I'm multitasking.
We're at historic Hoosier Park.
Yeah, we're getting ready to come onto the track. Well, we're already on the track. The horses are getting ready to come onto the track for the Zelica final. And really, I think the game here is how much does Gold Class win by?
Should be pretty handily, I think. I don't see anything.
Do you think he lays over on that much?
Yes.
Okay.
The fact that you see that last line, 2 moves, 1 easily.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay, but there's still, horses that are basically non-winners of 2 types. So, there's possible regression here that plays in. This horse only has 10 lifetime starts, is sharp right now, but I mean, has made breaks in the past. I mean, there are things that could derail for sure.
I like the 7-horse in there. I think it's the only other horse going to play 5. Maybe the exactest way to go here, 5-7, and see what happens.
Well, everyone already knows I'm sitting, but I mean that in the figurative sense. I can't I can't even fathom to bet this race. As I salute my.
All right, you're allowed to start one. The 7's tough for me because the horse was racing in claimers and struggling. You know, finally got a win, stepped up, and was just okay.
Got to use somebody else, I guess.
Well, horses are now on the track, starting with the one Bet Your Bottom Dollar. Currently up on the board at 4-1. This one was second in a division of the Zellica last out to Incredible Show, who's not entered here. Interestingly enough. Seems like a lot of horses aren't entered here. Then Zanola's Art finished third, also to Incredible Show. Adoring Spirit also finishing behind Incredible Show. Passionate Deo finished fifth to Gold Class. Set the pace last out, but Mike, she just folded. Then you go to the 5 as the favorite, the 6 Brooklet's Desire. Admittedly, he's been racing well, finished second with a decent trip, but again was second best to Gold Class. Lightning Virgin. I don't necessarily see the appeal with that one.
I like it for some reason.
I especially don't like.
I like the 6 too.
I feel the 6 is a more valid contender.
I can see the 6
than the 7 in this race.
A lot more shares than wins on the 6, though. You know, you have 8 seconds and thirds and only 1 win.
But that's what I'm looking at in this situation is who's going to get second.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, you could look at exactas that way.
You have to look at exactas that way because it's all about betting who gets second.
Well, no, I'm saying I want to look at the probables. I'm going to look right now. 5-6 is 23. That's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
5-1 is 8. 5-2 is 13. You know, 5-7 is 42. So if you like 7, that's a good exacta here for sure, especially with a 1-2 shot.
It's just getting dark here, so we're adjusting settings. Now you can see our beautiful faces much brighter because the sun. Did you know this? The sun.
Right. We haven't talked about the 2 at all. Now you get
the day
Yannick
starts
for the
to go
same
down.
trainer as the 5. You know, kicked 26 last time, 0 for 10 this year, but didn't win 3 times last year. That was a bit of a wake up last time. 9-1.
I'm still frozen in place when I was
You
trying
were
to talk
talking about the sun.
I was talking about the sun.
It's disappearing on us as
Even
we
the
speak.
sun has to go to sleep. But you do mention the 2. Stablemate 2, the 5. Horse has improved in 3 starts. But it seems like that last race was very much chasing. And that's not necessarily that appealing to see in a horse, at least for me. I feel like it's better to find a horse that can gain ground into a quick pace rather than just keep up with a quick pace. And at 10-1, there are probably better horses you could try and find underneath. But it's tough.
I don't know. I mean, you're getting a driver switch. You got improvement last time. You had a tough trip on July 24th, and then a judge's scratch, so the horse missed a week. You know, I think he's in play. I mean, you know.
She's definitely in play.
I don't know why this one's such a second big favorite. I don't really understand that. Do you? Or am I missing something, or what? I mean, he did race good last time, but I don't know. 22 starts, he's got 2 wins.
Horse hit the
Horse
pace
a
the
lot.
entire mile last out.
Yeah, he
and
did
got caught.
race super last time, but it was a cheap half too, though, 57. But came back big though.
To me, taking 7-2 on a favorite like in a race where you have a favorite like the 5 it's an awful investment because the 5 just has such a high chance of walking over this field that risking $9 or risking to win $9 isn't necessarily worth it as opposed to trying to get some sort of similar return with the 5 on top. That seems more likely to happen.
It does to me. It
Well,
does. You never know though.
Go ahead, Mark.
I just saw the exactas. The 5-6 is only paying $9. That's paying 7-2. I mean, if you
shouldn't have given it to everybody. See, that's what happened.
you'd have to get the 3 or the 4 to make it pay anything better than $10. But maybe $9 is good in this case. Maybe the 5-6 is that likely to come in that you go, you know, I'm willing to take 7-2. But at the same time, my instinct goes, I think the 5's too much to beat in this race. I'm probably better off investing my money elsewhere. It's a pass for me.
Okay, then that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. If you like the favorite, but if you don't like the favorite, then you have value other places.
But Mike, you can't raise an excellent point to my excellent point. They can't coexist.
Sure they can. Pick 3 starts in here too, just so you're aware.
Countdown clock soon to tick-tock.
If I was playing this race, which I'm not, you know, I do like a 5-2. A 5-2 or like a 5 with a 1-2 try for like, you know, maybe like a $5 try or something like that. Try to make it pay about $20 and you're going to win, you know, between 50 and 75 bucks.
It sounds like you're taking the smarter route, though, and just not betting the race.
Yeah, if I played a try, I'd play 5 over 2, 6, 7, I think.
This is this is definitely a race. I get what you're saying, Mike. This is definitely a race where if you're going to bet exotics, you need to increase your base wager because the payoffs are most likely going to be short. You got to try and multiply it to whatever extent you can, and just know that you're racing against the 5.
Right.
We have 45
I do
seconds.
think 8-1 though is a little bit of value on the 2 here. You know, especially you have the same stable. You know, sometimes you have a stable with 2 horses in the race. You go for the better price. So, and you're getting Yannick here too.
I like that too a little bit in here as well.
I can't take 7-1.
The horse was 7-1 morning line.
I couldn't take her then either. I didn't see her as much of a contender in this race. Once I saw the 5, I felt the 5's a winner.
All right. Well, you could have your $3 and.
Or I could just keep my money and not bet the race.
Okay, but you've said that about 6 times now, so.
I appreciate the woman asking if we're having fun, but
multitudes of fun.
Ray is not. He's not having fun.
I'm annoyed by the fact that she didn't ask, "Would you like a cheese Danish?" Because I'm hungry. I had lunch.
But Rod didn't bring you any food or anything. Like, he's just letting you suffer while he does what he does.
I'll just go get more coffee and a spoonful of Chex Mix from the media room. They're lining up for the Zelica final. $17,500, a field of 8 in motion and approaching the start. Off and pacing with Bet Your Bottom Dollar moving for the top from the inside. The favorite, Gold Class, unhurried yet advancing towards the front. Zanola's Art, her stablemate, away third, then ahead of Adoring Spirit, fourth to the turn. Then back fifth comes Passionate Deo, ahead of Brooklyn's Desire, sixth. Lightning Virgin sits seventh, and Always Nadia rounds out the octet. Rounding the first turn to the opening quarter, Bet Your Bottom Dollar leads the odds on choice. Gold Class by a length and 3/4. First quarter up in 28-2. Zanola's Art third to the backside, about 2.5 lengths from the top, with Adoring Spirit in tow fourth. Ahead of a gap then to Passionate Deo fifth. As they're half-mile bound, no one moving out to contest the leader, Bet Your Bottom Dollar. She's left to a 2.25 length lead on Gold Class. Then Zanola Art third, slowly begins to edge off the pylons. Behind her, Adoring Spirit, looking to flush that cover. From the back comes Brooklyn's Desire, outside, but with about 7.5 lengths to make up on Bet Your Bottom Dollar. As they come to 3/4, she leads here by a length. As outside comes Gold Class from the pocket. On her back, Zanola's Art. Sneaking up the cones, then Adoring Spirit from fourth. Within 3 lengths of the lead, Brooklyn's Desire, then third over. As they pass 3/4 in 1:25. Gold Class turns first. Gets past Bet Your Bottom Dollar and now leads by 2 coming into the 8th pole. Adoring Spirit tries to sneak through a seam in the open stretch while outside Brooklyn's Desire rallies 2. Gold Class coming down to the finish. As Bet Your Bottom Dollar holds second, Brooklyn's Desire hangs in third with Adoring Spirit to the inside. A decisive win here, though, for the favorite, Gold Class. She hits the wire 4 lengths ahead of Bet Your Bottom Dollar. Then Zanola's Art, Adoring Spirit, Brooklyn's Desire there in a photo for third and fourth. 151 and 2.
Well, you were certainly correct there. The 5 was much the best, and that was that.
I just love situations like this where
One race well enough to be second, and then you had the closers pick up pieces. The 2 had an absolute perfect trip and got nothing.
5, 1, 3, 6, 4 also had too much ground to make up, so that didn't really mean much of anything. The favorites go 1-2 in this race. 1-5 over 7-2. You get a 38-1 for third, but did any of us really think Adoring Spirit was going to hit the triple?
No.
I didn't like that horse at all.
But sometimes that's how post helps. Had that inside advantage, was able to sneak through as everyone else lost ground around the final turn.
That one race good again.
Yeah.
Held on for
That was a pretty big wake up for the
thing.
thing. But it did get a driver change. I mean, that's.
Excuse me, can you turn the music down? Excuse me. Excuse me, not you. Excuse me.
We're having a concert over here. It's kind of hard to speak, isn't it?
I don't know if yelling to the music will help it. I think it's coffee time. Is it coffee time?
I could go for a big.
I think it might be. You should probably get yourself some. Go.
In there.
Take a break. Get yourself a drink. Seriously.
Okay. Well, I'll just leave the feed up with a nice, pretty little picture of Mike. There he is, off center. More to slants right, but that's if you know Mike, that's how he likes to roll. He typically leans right. Mark Anderson's still here. Anyone want a spoonful of Chex Mix?
No, thank you.
All right, more for me. As who won the race? Gold Class heads back to the winner's circle.
So, Mike, I take it you're still there?
I'm still here. Yeah.
Who do you like in the big race tonight?
I was McWicked for me.
Really?
Because he likes the racetrack for starters. I do feel like Latherup is sort of at a disadvantage here, though he's as hot as anything and could very easily just crush again. I feel like that McWicked probably, and McWicked had no chance last time too. That was another thing. So I don't know. That's where I'm at with that race. I don't think it pays a whole lot. I think the top 3 horses are probably the best.
Well, I think Lathrup's the best horse. I just got a feeling for some reason he's going to get beat tonight, and I don't know why I think that, but I just do. I'm going to take a couple long shots and see what happens.
Who do you think it gets upset? Who do you like? Jimmy?
I like Filibuster Hanover and Jimmy Freight. One of those two, maybe. Filibuster Hanover's raced here before and raced well, I thought.
I feel like if Jimmy's going to be in it, he needs to be driven to win. So he needs to get off the gate and be in the race because that's when he's at his best. So
Latherup's probably going to win the race, but, I mean, whatever. I just can't play him for some reason. I don't know why. Just got a feeling he's going to get beat. Probably win by 10. I think he'll probably go about 46-4 tonight, something like that. That's about that. I don't see him going much more than that. Do you?
Yeah, I don't think it'll be that. Like, those Meadowlands times were crazy fast those couple of nights, and the track was ridiculous.
Well, for the class of races so far tonight, they're doing okay tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's fast enough, but it's not, we haven't had anything under 150 yet. I mean, but it's a lot of claiming types. And
me and Ray are talking about me and Mike are talking about the big race.
So I just went into the media room. First off, crowded in the media room. 3 guys. One of them was just a kitchen employee. And right here, I picked up 3 spoonfuls of Chex Mix. Took one bite and I found out this is the same Chex Mix that was out for Breeders' Crown. Stale.
Oh, Lord.
It's really impressive because for a food with as much preservatives as Chex Mix in it, it still went bad.
The birds probably wouldn't even eat it, would they?
Well,
Oh, man, that's brutal.
Birds might not eat it, but a vulture would.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Lord, what the hell?
I want to use my hands because I've been touching everything.
Oh, my God.
Unbelievable.
I just have this habit where, I see a place that's new to me and I just want to know what everything feels like.
I love a horse in the next race. I think could pay decent.
In race 8?
Yeah, I do.
Please, we need more horses to pay decent. I love the fact that long shots have won tonight, but I need to directly tout one to feel satisfied.
Should be a tough field. It's a tough race, I think.
As for the big race, since you guys were talking about that, I know you think Latherup loses.
I don't know why I think it. I just think it's going to happen tonight for some reason. He's the best horse in the race.
Do you think you want him to lose? Maybe that's why you're thinking it too.
No, I have nothing against. No, not at all.
Really?
The horse is a monster. I just gotta feel. Well, yeah.
As much as you know, I like Heather Vitale and the connections of Sharton. I said to her, I'm pretty sure I said to her on the show, can you let someone else win for once?
You did. I remember you saying that. That horse is just ridiculous.
Like, she's good, but at the same time, I feel like having big prices and a more dynamic division is much better for the betting than just a Muscle Hill.
Chardon's on another planet. I don't know what that is. She's one of the best mares in the history of the game. That's not even it's nothing to even argue about. I don't think.
I'm not gonna tease who.
Just the way she got away from that field late was crazy.
I'm not gonna tease who I like in the Dan Patch yet, but I feel like this edition could be a bit more local than years past. The George Wilkes final up next. $20,000 purse.
So Ray, hold on one second. Like, so we're right now, like our lap feed is like way behind. Like, seriously, maybe like 3 or 4 or 5 minutes behind.
Really?
Yeah, that's posted on Facebook. I'm not sure why that is.
I'm not sure either. I have a perfect internet connection.
Like, I'm telling you, they just crossed the wire in that last race. I even refreshed it.
That's on Facebook's end and not on our end.
Okay, I don't know what we can do to maybe change that. I mean, but we're way behind.
I can't really do much of anything. Except eat this Chex Mix.
It has been a night of problems, hasn't it?
Yeah, and per usual, I have to try and fix them all.
Ray's like God over here.
I mean, growing up, I was used to having to deal with that, but, you know, I was thinking, you know, once I got past the age of 18, I could live my life.
You're sitting here at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, like touching buttons from like all different angles. I don't know what the hell you were doing.
With no Chex Mix. If I had Chex Mix, that would have made it so much easier.
Oh, my God.
They're getting ready to come on the track here.
Look like the Piano Man.
For the George Wilkes final. Don't you... Okay, he's the Piano Man, but the song has many more instruments than just piano. How can you claim... I'm not saying, like, you know, I'm the rifleman when I have a whole battalion behind me taking down the communists. Like, I don't say it. I don't even know what that analogy meant. I'm waiting for the glucose to restore in my body as they're on the track here for the George Wilkes. 3 to 5 on ShamWow?
I can't believe anybody could be 3 to 5 in here.
Mike, 3 to 5 on ShamWow? This horse is soaking up the money.
It's early yet. There's nothing but.
Okay, I think we're better now here on the Facebook here. Okay, I'm just letting you know.
You missed my clip on ShamWow.
I heard you about ShamWow. I like the 2 in the race.
I like the 10.
I could see the 10.
I like the 10 a lot. If that one leaves out of there, good.
I didn't get to mention
10 could be tough.
The 7 Shamalama is a scratch, so we only have 10 going postward here for the George Wilkes. That's all I had to say.
I like it.
I think ShamWow might have the most talent in the race. You know, 4 starts, 3 wins, 1 second, 25, 2 back, and a straight homers of 2. Then stepped up to win Indiana Sire Stake last time. The second tier is a concern, I think. You know, but
big concern.
Other than that, the 2 has a big chance in the race. You know, has been racing well for these connections. Dylan Davis, Trace Teatrick gets back on this horse after winning 2 back in a straight homers of 3 and 151 flat. Has a post edge over the main rivals, and you know you're getting a little bit of a price now. What are we getting?
Yeah, 5 to 1 on that one.
5 to 1.
Who definitely seen best of the rest in that last start, but they could work out a quick clip to drag this horse into the race like they did there. But even then, if not, the horse at least looks like he can be involved. But again, I don't know if the 11 clearly has talent. This horse fired in a qualifier in 25 seconds in a race. Well, what was that back half? That had to be like a 53-second back half or something, the 11 pace in that qualifier 2 back.
Right.
You are correct that I feel the only way this horse loses is if the second tier spot locks him inside and then takes him out of the mix completely. So then you have to wonder, well, would the horse that wins this race then be one that would sit close to the front? Maybe like a 9? Lion Rock, who's shown speed in his last couple of starts? Or does E.R. Sam win? I don't think E.R. Sam wins this race. No, but the horse has shown speed. And that's ultimately what I'm getting at is...
That's why I like the 10 in there, because if the 1 does leave, it's going to help the 10, isn't it?
It could. It could. The 10 doesn't fire home as quickly as he probably should. But that last race went first over into that fast pace to still win. It's definitely aided by the fact that everyone else was tired from that race.
The 10, has been facing better types and is a little bit lost in here, but, I think 5-1's a little short. I mean, do you really want 5-1 on the 10 here?
I don't really want 5-1 on anything.
So you're getting 4-5 on the 11.
I don't really like that either, but...
I like that too, but I like Mike's 2 horse got a shot in here.
Yeah.
Got a real good shot.
I think the 2... I just finished my Chex Mix. I think the 2, if he's put to the front, could win the race inherently off of that. But again, that's assuming the race goes against the 11 and just forces him to have no room to race. But even then, Mike, the 11 could get locked in, shuffled back, and probably still outpace half of this field.
Well, it seems like this horse is typically has tough trips. I mean, if you look, there's not really an easy trip on the card. He typically gets away to the back anyway. Now you're going to give 11 posts where you have horses in front of him to begin with. I mean, I don't really see him getting away in the top half of the field. He's going to have to pass a ton of them. So, is he good enough? Yeah, he could very easily be good enough, but you're taking even money. I don't know.
Well, I was also going to mention, too, 2 starts back, this horse was odds on. Had to come from that impossible spot and still lost.
Right, but lost to a horse named Brooklyn's Banner, who won earlier tonight at 20-1. So
I wouldn't be shocked to see the 3 come up and be a part of this try. I can see this 3 coming in the money somewhere. He's got a shot, I think.
How about a 15-1 the 5? Well,
it's a good driver changing that 3, I'll tell you that.
Looks weird on the track.
He's a big lanky going thing, ain't he?
Yeah.
Look.
I was just looking at the program. I totally neglected this about the 5. Rock and TJ. 3 starts back. Look at this race by Rock and TJ. 3 starts back. Parked past the quarter in 25-4. Gets into the pocket in 53-2. So I didn't watch the replay, but I'm assuming either took the lead, someone retook, or still the horse ducked back. Nonetheless, involved in a quick pace. Falters to 9th then in that race. Next out. Looks like it's locked in, nowhere to go. Start after that. Came home decently to finish 7th in 27-1 from an outside post. Probably not an ideal spot for this guy. And even look even farther back. May 31st, first leg of the Indiana Sire Stakes. Stalked, popped, came home in 26-3 to win there in a division of Indiana Sire Stakes. You had 17-1 on this guy who could be positioned up close. And ultimately, I feel that that's how you should look at this race, is since you have such a deep closer who's the favorite, most likely, or not, I shouldn't say most likely, at risk of getting into traffic troubles, you'd want a horse like your 4 in that one race when Ankle won. You'd want a horse that's up towards the front, can avoid any sort of trouble that potentially happens, and just get a head start in the field.
I got a feeling this 10's going to race good tonight. If he gets a decent trip, he's going to be tough in there, I think.
I just really love these moments where I go real in depth on a horse and they finish up the track. Nothing makes me look like an expert more than just showing how bad I am at this.
Well, no, you know what, though, Ray? You point out a lot of good things with the 5, and he is taking money in this race. He's being bet into some of these horses. And the way that some of these long shots have been underneath here tonight, I included him in my take. It's just on the case you just made.
He'd probably be the horse I bet in this race too. But I have to call it, and I don't really have time to run to a window. Actually, I do have time to run to a window.
Well, then run.
Chuck saying
He's
two's taking
gone.
late money.
Ray is.
Michael Ross, he's watching also.
I don't really think he is going to do. All right, here we go.
He likes Montrell on the 3.
Race 8 getting ready to roll from Harris.
Field is in motion.
Here they come.
For the George Wilkes and approaching the start.
I told people they were coming.
Off and pacing with Rockin' TJ moving towards the top. ER Sam to the inside, pushes from the pylons far outside. Lion Rock also moves for a top spot that composes the top trio past the first eighth. Then away fourth, Thubin to the turn ahead of Rock Steady Ron from the second tier fifth. Sixth comes Hot Rod Ryan moving towards the first turn ahead of ShamWow the favorite sitting seventh. Then back to Latest Shark, leading Rose Run Uriah around the first turn, and last of all, Ollie Z-Tam past a 27-second opening quarter. Down the backside, up the backside, Rockin' TJ, Jingra trying to rate his speed while ER Sam sits the pocket. Out from fourth comes Thubin and Trace Tejic into third, towards second, and moving up to circle to the lead, heading to the half. Back fourth then comes Lion Rock, ahead of Rock Steady Ron fifth, trying to catch that cover. Hot Rod Ryan now flushes that one out, second up, with about 6 lengths to make up through a 55 half. 28 seconds that second quarter to the far turn. Thubin leads now by 2. Rockin' TJ sits second. Then ER Sam third to the inside of Rock Steady Ron. Advancing first up now into third with about 2.5 lengths to make up. Hot Rod Ryan's in that flow. Then third over the favorite ShamWow with about 5.5 to cover as they come to the top of the stretch. Thubin in front. Rockin' TJ looking for room. Outside Rock Steady Ron can't get past, so Hot Rod Ryan tips wide and even wider ShamWow as they're homeward bound. Thubin leads narrowly. Rockin' TJ dives to the inside, but ShamWow with the momentum to the center, getting past, and ShamWow edging to a length lead on Hot Rod Ryan nearing the finish as ShamWow delivers as the favorite over Lion Rock in a photo with Hot Rod Ryan. 150. That wasn't a bad bet. I was
Just
wrong.
too good. Too good there.
But the 11 did not have to make up a terrible amount of ground. Horse was put in the perfect spot to go right past. Although
my 3 horse did all right, but I said coming. He raced pretty good in there.
3 was good.
Oh, it's getting dark here. I should fix that. But
11 raced super.
Do we?
He got a good trip.
Do we remember the conversation I was having about speed and the 9? And the 9 got either second or third?
I think the 3 got second.
We remember.
48-1.
I wish I would have included the 9 instead of the 5, and the 5 ended up fourth, but in second or third. I think the 3 got second.
Yeah, he did. There it is.
11-3-9-5.
Boy, look at that. If you use our 2 long shot plays under the chalk, look what that thing's going to pay. That's going to pay gigantic.
You know what else
It
is going
was
to
a
pay
good pick there. Raced really well.
I just did a no-no. You're not supposed to say a joke setup without knowing the punchline. I went out there going, I'm going to find something. I found nothing. Instead, people keep asking us for directions, and I barely know my way around the city.
Yeah, they don't understand. Yeah, they don't see microphones and cameras and stuff and don't realize that, you're doing live television. Instead, they say, hey, how did I get to the bathroom? When we were in Canada, hey, where's Tim Hortons?
I'm one of the bathroom's most frequent customers. I could tell them where that is.
Well, keep eating that Chex Mix and see what happens.
I'm almost ready to go back for seconds.
Hey, let me ask you this. Does Rod participate in the show anymore? I'm just wondering.
I'm thinking what we do, Mike, is we cut him from the payroll.
Rod's looking for.
I mean, why have Roddy be like a star of it now? It's just me and you, like the old days.
Rod's driving Lather up tonight. Late driver change.
Oh, bet against Lather
Okay,
up.
so we had a comment on Facebook that said, Ray, you were unbelievable at announcing. Really good job. First time ever listening to you. You should have a job at a racetrack. That's what it says.
That was I did a spit take. Yeah. The coffee's
They're
good
still
too.
looking at the
That
photo.
that means it was authentic. I did it with good coffee. That means the spit take. I genuinely appreciate everyone that thinks I'm good at announcing because.
The calls have been good all night. They've been
You
very
are
good
at
all night.
announcing, Ray.
But
You're very good.
Mike, you can affirm to everyone else as we get ready for the prices to pop up. I constantly talk about how crap they are all the time.
Let's see what this tri pays.
$360 to win on ShamWow, $3 to place, $280 to show. Hot Rod Ryan, $924.40, and then Lion Rock, $920. $2 exact, $11.3, $23.40. $2 trifecta, $276.20. The 10-cent superfecta of $11.395 returns $95.45.
Man,
Nice
that's
super there again.
Can't beat that.
Nice triple too. With the favorite winning. I mean, we've had some favorites win tonight, and you still get these big super payouts, even with the low minimums. Some people don't like the low minimums, but even with the low minimums, the supers have paid very well tonight. And there's been a lot of prices underneath.
It's been a good betting night so far. I feel like we can agree on that.
I think so, except for a couple of races. Other than that, yeah, so far, yeah.
I say that loosely, having made one bet, and that bet.
What did you bet?
Okay, there we go. I bet a winning ticket.
Is Rod doing Mike and Mike? Is it Mike, and Rod now?
It is.
I can show you that right now. He is not.
What is he doing?
We got this historic Dan
Where is
Messner
Rod?
case coming up here.
This is an interesting question. Where is Rod? As I use.
It's like, where's Waldo anymore?
I lost the signal on this TV.
Oh, jeez.
So here's what we do. Here's what we're gonna do. I gotta tie the coaxial cable back into our desk monitor here. Well, you guys, I do mean you guys, because you two, plural, are guys. Mike is guy, you are guy, together you are guys. Talk about this ninth race.
It's a thrilling event, let me tell you.
It's the Dan Messner final, after all.
The historic Dan Messner final.
All right, Ray. You have Ray. It's Dakota Jackson on both. She wants you to come to Ohio and announce.
I have absolutely no idea what I would play in here, but I got to try to find something.
I have no idea what you were saying either. I am currently doing tech, plugging in coaxial cables.
Ray's back at work again. He's doing the job of many. Well, Mike, who do you like in the ninth?
Okay, ninth race. Let's see. Let me switch to my program here. I was the sixth. I think it'd be a price. Third start back, 2 straight wins, steps up. The horse that beats obviously the 4, that's Burke. T-Trick has won 3 in a row and, went 49-4 last time.
It's time for a t-shirt toss.
Uh-oh.
Are you t-shirt tossing?
It's time. All right, Mike, I think you understand. And it's time for a t-shirt toss.
Oh no! Tell me, did you bring all the t-shirts and do them all at the same time
Ray's
again?
lost his marbles.
I have not lost my marble. Mark, I'm on camera, right? You can see me right now.
I can't see you.
Okay. I'm currently standing in this crowd.
We can't hear you, Ray.
For t-shirts to get tossed in my direction so then people can assault me. This is what I do now.
I don't know if I want to even go there.
Wait, I gotta make sure this is on. Okay, yes, we're on the air. Okay. I just want to make sure. I want a t-shirt.
Ray's jumping for shirts, Mike.
Come on. I have media. I'm media.
It looks like the 4
and
and the 6 almost have to be in this trifecta.
CJ, don't you think I should get a t-shirt? Absolutely. See, even CJ thinks I should get a t-shirt.
I don't know what Ray's doing.
All right, you gotta throw him harder than that. Oh, hello!
Ray just missed one. I
Come
can't
on.
believe he
According
missed
to
it.
Rod, who
T-shirt.
apparently
The
he's
one
got the
t-shirt
helmet
that
cam
Foods
on
heard
YouTube
that I
right
didn't
now.
get.
So go to YouTube. Let's see. I'm gonna go there now.
Come on.
Did he get a T-shirt?
It's on the technique. You're waiting for the shirt to come to you like that. We're getting closer. We're getting closer to getting the shirts our way. Come on. Come on. That's not my way. That's also not my way. Can you believe this? They aren't even throwing the T-shirts my direction.
I'm going to YouTube to see if I can find the helmet cam.
I was thinking I had to go lower. Can you blow us a note?
I don't know what Ray's doing.
There's a lot of noise over here. You can't really hear anything right now, trust me.
It's good to show
They were
off.
just throwing away T-shirts.
Especially when
They're
you have an
still going
instrument like that.
crazy. Someone's going to knock the
Your kid's
computers
going to go to
over.
college because of that, right?
No, they're not as much as you think.
Oh, really?
All right, I hope they're done
That's good.
with that.
That's good. You don't want to waste
Yes, the crowd
medals.
is
Oh,
disintegrating as we speak.
What's your favorite musical key?
Oh, I think the key of B major.
Okay. It's good. It's good that you're in a square just saying, I like the key of C. C is very boring. B major is 6 sharps? 5 sharps. Oh, very.
All right.
Well, you probably should go back.
I think this is going to be a race full of favorites, Mike. Looks like the 4 of the 6 has to be in there to me. I can't. 2 best horses to me by a mile, I think. Oh, where's our buddy going?
I just got back. Mike, I know you're disappointed. I'm T-shirtless.
Ray, you have to understand that when you're away from Hangouts, I can't hear you.
Oh, really?
So I don't know what you're doing.
Oh. Well, you should have been watching the stream. I was trying to get the T-shirts.
Well, I have the stream on, but it's way behind. I see you like going for T-shirts, but I can't hear what you're saying, and I didn't want to overlap to where it was hitting on the feed.
That was really the dumb thing.
Now we talk to the bugler.
Yeah, I was talking with the bugler. He told me his favorite key is B major, the key of 5 sharps, or 6 flats. And this mic stand is busted. It leans left, which I very much understand. I think we're getting ready for a post parade here now for race. I'm trying to find it. There we go. As we can see, there's the buddies. I was talking to the guy in the red jacket. You watch where you're going. You know what's good for you. You don't know what's good for you. That's why I'm telling you to watch where you're going.
Whoa, he told you.
Post parade timer for the 9th is I'm getting harassed by mascots again.
Oh, nice.
That was awesome. Oh, God.
So enough of my shenanigans. I've had too much fun tonight. The Dan Messner final gathers numbers of 5,500 in their last 4 starts. Currently on the board at 2-5. Whoa. Whoa, hold up. Who let there be a 2-5 favorite in this race?
I like the
Well, the
4-6
horse
with
does
4-6
look
in
sharp.
there.
Well, I mean, if the horse looks sharp, I can't argue that logic. I can't.
Well, it's Burke. I mean, you know, the horse has won several in a row. I mean, what did you think you were going to get on this horse?
A lot.
You got 3 in a row. You know, Burke, Tetrick controls the race, inside post. I mean, he's going to be tough. I like the 6, though. I think the 6 is a danger to the 4.
I like 4-6 with 4-6. I think it's pretty much ice cold in here. Maybe throw a maybe.
Yeah, I could see the 10 getting a piece.
They're betting this 3-horse down big. I don't understand all that. But I guess they have to bet somebody. I like the 1 a little bit in here too.
Wait, what are you doing?
What am I
Oh,
doing?
Rod's back. Holy crap. Rod, hey, Rod, hey, welcome to the show, Rod.
Rod, one of the mic stands is busted.
Been a while, guys.
Hey, what are you doing?
I'm down in the paddock. I got the first helmet cam video up on YouTube already. I just posted that.
Okay.
And I was looking for the Dan Patch horses, but they already made their way up front.
Okay.
Yeah, they're over
So
there.
I'm heading back up as soon as this race is over.
I mean, no, Rod, if you're having fun back there, did you just take your time?
Yeah. Mark's been a very
I've been
able-bodied replacement.
I've been working. How's Mark working out? By the way, I don't know if you said anything on the show, but today's Mark's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Mark.
Yeah, no thanks. I'm 60 years old. I don't want another birthday.
No more birthdays.
Nope.
No more birthdays. At least for you. We don't want to see you a day over 30. So
30 squared.
as Rod makes his way back to the set for the featured race, which at the very least he will be here for the featured race. We have the 9th coming up. 1-2 now here on Do Work, Son. Off that 49 and 4 mile. I understand. You see a horse goes 49 and 4 and you go, wow, I have to bet her, or I have to bet him. Whatever pronoun you decide to use. But I mean, is she really that much of a standout here?
I'm going to take 4-6, but 4-6 is 1-3-7-9.
Well, maybe we can get one of these trainers on the feed right now. Junior, you want to get on? Yeah, you. Junior.
So there was something pointed out. Big driver change on the one. One's getting Sears in the race.
I don't have one on my head right
47
now.
to 1.
Did you guys hear that?
Maybe
I did not.
Walter Haynes Jr. says Manhattan Beach isn't real sharp right now.
Okay.
Insightful comment.
Sarah didn't hear that.
I just love these people that go, you know, I'm really connected with the horsemen. They tell me the truth about everything. So you ask them, like, how's your horse? He's got 4 legs. Sometimes horses don't have 4 legs, and that's when it's worrying.
I'm sticking with the 4.
Five raced good last time.
Manhattan Beach.
He raced pretty good last time, it looks like.
Raced pretty well. I mean, he has back class, but admittedly, he's tailed from that
You see
form.
them tell me what's in the chart?
Rod is currently laughing it up off the set. Like I said, Rod, no hurry. You know, we got until like 11
So after the race is over.
I mean, if you say so. I don't know if you wanted to get some. There's some stale Chex Mix in the media room.
Did my brother jump on set yet?
I asked him if I deserve a T-shirt, and he said yes. That's all. I participated in the T-shirt toss. They threw a T-shirt at the set, and I didn't get it.
So he didn't jump on the show yet.
No.
What the F?
Well, when you get back here, we'll have Alums interview Alums, and then hopefully the universe just collapses on itself.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure.
You seem to underestimate how much the world is threatened by you.
I can't believe this one is our 4 horses 1-5.
I know 1-5 here on Do Work, Son.
That's ridiculous.
He's getting ready to go. Now is a perfect time, since we have such a decisive favorite, to remind people about our sponsor for today's broadcast at Hoosier Park, Bellamy Bullock Racing. Ryan Bellamy and
Chris Bullock.
Their partnership and stable was so gracious to recognize Rod as a friend and give him money. That's Bellamy Bullock Racing. I don't see any of the money, though, even though I have a crippling gambling addiction.
Oh, come on.
I'm not sure I will be able to eat tonight, Mike. I will be dining on stale Chex Mix and water fountains.
He's been
With all those $2 bets you're making, yeah, you're going to
With
get
my
broke
one
in a hurry.
$2 bet that I've made.
He's been dashing to the windows like a reindeer.
Yeah, you better hit that press box and get that free food.
There's also, I don't know if the trail mix is stale, but it's there. So
1-5 on the 4. 1-5.
1-9.
That's craziness.
Oh my goodness.
As they're getting ready to line up for the Dan Messner. I wish I had something to tout outside of it. I got too caught up trying to catch a T-shirt.
6.
Okay, the 6.
Yes, 4-6.
Wait, no, but
I'll
that
give
means
you an
my
extra
over-under on
six.
Mike Goosting loses.
4-6.
I said
The 6 is
over-under
11-1
1.
is worth a bet.
Yes, he already did win one, didn't he?
All right, we're lining up for the 9th. The $20,000 Dan Messner final.
Cheer they come.
1 to 5 here on Do Work Son. And the rest of them line up for the Dan Messner final. They're in motion and approaching the start. Off and pacing with uncompromising Z-Tam towards the outside, leaving for the top from in between Do Work Son, the favorite, trying to procure a close spot to the pace. Then Bourbon Chase from the inside away third to the first turn. Hickory Icon from that pylon spot then gets away fourth. Back fifth. He's a Dude to the opening quarter out of Tiffany Marie from the second tier, sixth inside of Justin Ace, seventh. Back then to Arch Dragon away, eighth. Then Fordham 62, second to last, trailing Manhattan Beach through a 26-3 opening quarter. The favorite, Do Work Son, now brushes to the lead, heading to the backside. Do Work Son, a length and a half better than uncompromising Z-Tam sitting second. Bourbon Chase then third, is a gap of about 2.5 then. Leads Hickory Icon into fourth. Back fifth comes Tiffany Marie, as outside now He's a Dude moves into fourth, now third through for a 54 and 2 half, 27 and 4 that second quarter. To the far turn, He's a Dude advances first over towards the leader. Do Work Son is the favorite, holds a length and a half advantage on uncompromising Z-Tam in the pocket. Then locked to the inside, Bourbon Chase shuffled to fourth. Justin Ace is on cover from fifth, wide of Hickory Icon, shuffled to sixth as they come towards three quarters. Do Work Son, uncontested, past three quarters in 1:22 and 2. She leads into the stretch here by a length and a half, now a length and three quarters, as uncompromising Z-Tam angles from the pocket, but loses some ground as Bourbon Chase to the inside, tries to catch the pace setter into the eighth ball. Bourbon Chase, the closest threat to Do Work Son, uncompromising Z-Tam rallying to the center as Do Work Son needs the line. Uncompromising Z-Tam, a final lunge, but it's close. Uncompromising Z-Tam may have got up on Do Work Son, then Bourbon Chase to the inside for third, 149 and 3. Fitting that the horse who finished second to Do Work Son beats Do Work Son here. I'm pretty sure Uncompromising Z-Tam got up. I didn't think that horse was getting up. The horse was hanging, and then finally shot past.
Well, there's your first sub 150 mile of the night.
Well, you know what that means. Lather up. 30 and 2.
I'd say 46 and 4. They're going to go in there.
I wish we had a supplemental light. It's very dark here.
It's romantic.
It's almost as dark as my soul. But Mike, I didn't get to talk much about this race. I missed the conversation you guys were having. But was Uncompromising Z-Tam even in your guys' sights at all? He went off at 9-1. He was the third choice on the board.
For third, I liked him a little bit, but I can't believe he beat the 4 horse.
Was that horse on your radar at all?
Mike liked the 6.
I guess Mike didn't like the 7. We've lost Mike.
I'm back.
Oh, okay. Welcome back, Mike.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Rod had called me. I had to take care of something.
Oh, okay.
I totally missed the race. So what happened? I'm sorry.
Okay, so Do Work Son led most of the way until Uncompromising Z-Tam tipped outside, hung, but then got past in the final stride to win at 9-1.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I mean, this horse was second to him last time, beat a quarter of a length. So, I mean, the 7 was certainly usable in the race. Yeah, I had him picked fourth on my write-up on NAHUpicks.com. So, what did they finish? 7, 4, 10, 3. I had the 7 and 10 in my write-ups. So.
The 7 really was sneaky looking when you start looking at him a little more.
Now, I like the 6. Obviously, he was no good, but
6 had no excuse at all.
But a 9-1 winner. God, it's really we need a light. We need just like some kind of light. I got the screen right here, but that's not enough. I just need like a big, bright light to walk into. I know it sounds like I'm asking to die, but
You can't
it's
even
not
see
what
us.
I'm.
You can't see us anymore.
Well, you can barely see us right here. I've been adjusting it the whole time. This is what I'm caught up with. This is what happened. You can tell I didn't have the winner in this race because I'm focused on.
Okay, so Ray, okay, I have to tell you this.
What?
There's comments on Facebook I got to relay. Here, hold on.
Yes, please do.
So it's Dakota Jackson again. She wants you to call the replay of her first time lifetime driving when it was 11:21:18 race 4. She wants to know if you'll do that for her. It was at Northfield. So I'm sure we can arrange that.
Wait, at Hoosier?
No, it was at Northfield. Like she wants you to call her first lifetime driving win.
Northfield. It's a strange request, but you know I have to oblige.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you should tell. I told her that I would tell you, so I'm telling you.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Michael Rossi seems to think Lathrup's going to go 155-3. I think he probably means 145-3.
He's not. Look, if he doesn't pace in 45-3, then the teams were smart to sell him.
Well, they sold him. They sold him already.
Huh? What?
They sold half of them already. Yeah.
They sold 50%.
Okay.
It happened this afternoon, this morning, or whatever.
Yeah.
He struggled with this racetrack in the past.
He has.
That's all I'm saying.
But also remember, it was the 1 3-year-old pace, I think. It's towards the end of his 3-year-old season where he broke, came back, and he didn't win the race. But even with the difficulty, he still almost won the race.
Yes, that's true.
Okay.
This is a good race.
But he used to be a lot more quirky than he is now. But recently, he's gotten rid of all his quirks, and now he's just an absolute monster.
But before, I was going to say, before we get to, oh, this is weird. Oh, there's a head-to-head wager, apparently. That's an interesting thing in the program.
Why would somebody bet something like that?
Would you ever bet a match race?
No, I don't think so. That would not be too exciting.
So, we're one race away from the Dan Patch. If that's race 11, that means it's time for race 10. The Greg Hassel.
Pick 5 starts here. Pick 5.
What'd you say?
Pick 5 starts here. The Pick 5.
Which you have a ticket for the Pick 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, the ticket is listed on NAHUPicks.com. My ticket is $48.
$48, okay. But this race, the Greg Hassel Memorial, composed of free-for-all pacers who did not want to go for the big money simply because the competition would be too tough. And, of course, we see a familiar face here, one of the prides of Indiana, who's now 7 years old, Freaky Feet Pete.
He's a hero here. Fans out here love this horse.
But the horse has admittedly struggled in some recent starts.
He's on his way back up, though.
I love the 6 horse in here. Every time I play Sears, he always beat. He never wins for me, though.
I'm struggling to hear Mark.
I apologize for the silence. I'm just producing the show as we go.
Yeah, I'm struggling to hear Mark. I'm sorry.
Ray, who do you like? Or Mike, who do you like in this race?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was on the 8 Eddard Hanover. I think, that last open win in Hoosier kicked 25 back. Horse talent. This horse has always had a lot of talent. Won 120,000 last year for, this horse won a big race at Woodbine. I think it might have been the North American Cup Consolation, if I recall. But, if you look back, this horse has won 3 out of his last, 5 races. and goes sub 150 on the regular. The track is playing well to horses from off the pace, and this horse is definitely an off the pace type. And I think that he's definitely a huge player in the race. Right now, you're getting 5-1.
It seems like a lot of these horses, too, race very well from off the pace. I see the 7. Well, I mean, off the pace on the 7's loose, but the horse tends to sit off the speed and try to get into the race off of a trip, which that's also worked for some horses as well tonight as well.
I like this 6 a lot in this race. I think he's going to be tough.
But I definitely see a horse like Jet Airway, and I go, this race should cater to closers. Because this guy parked 3 wide to the quarter, then went 53 and 4 to the half, and still won against an others at 10,000. So I feel like they might go, okay, this horse might have some speed that we can really use. And at 15-1, I mean, the horse probably isn't going to go wire to wire, but he could probably help bring other horses into the race.
Well, they're not going to beat the 6 to the front. The 6 is going to get the front in the race with Sears, I think. We saw Rockin' Speed at Aces a couple weeks ago, got the front. This horse is going to be towards the lead. He's one way to go. And if you look back to June 21st, in a similar spot, wire to wire and 49-1 at this racetrack.
He raced huge that day at Aces too, I thought.
But Mike, you're talking about these closers and how you want a horse from off the pace.
Thank you.
What about the 1?
Oh, yeah, beer.
A better's risk.
A couple beers.
Who's come from off the pace frequently. Sure, the horse has shown speed in previous starts, but it also seems, too, the horse has performed well from off the pace, and you're getting 51-1.
A step up for him, has had terrible post, and is sharp right now. I like the fact that they're trying him in this race. I like horses stepping into races. That shows confidence. The horse raced well last time against a lot of the ones that were in here, and you're getting 50-1, so I couldn't talk you off. I'm surprised the money that Rick's taking. More, I think, just because of who he is and not necessarily reflective of his chances to win.
Well, we're currently getting now 5-2, up to 2-1, or down to 2-1, I should say, on Fan of Terror. Who, I mean, the horse has raced from off the pace, but it seems like he's one that should be placed up close. Still, ultimately, they have the versatility to do what they want. And
12 wins.
Which, first things first, we have to welcome back Rod Alms Jr. to the set. He decided to show back up. Like I said,
yeah.
no hurry, but
listen, I've been extremely busy down there, and I got a lot of stuff done.
Well, how much of being busy was just people going, hi, Rod, and then you have to go, I got to go say hi to them.
There was a little bit of that, but have you shown the helmet cam yet?
No, do you have it?
It's on YouTube.
Okay, well, I'll get ready to keep that up.
The Ricky McCumber helmet cam is on YouTube right now. 360 helmet cam view. And I did speak with Montreal Teague. He's expecting similar from Lather Up tonight. He said he's never been sharper than he is right now, and he's expecting him to come out firing. And he definitely should be right there.
But we've been between prices and chalk all night. There's a lot of money being spread on the board here between the 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Does it seem like a race that could potentially? I wouldn't say even chalk out, because if you like the 9, 5-2 isn't really a terrible price. But again, this is an evenly matched field, so it's also kind of difficult if you're trying to get a bit more of a mid-range price, because they're not there. There's almost 4 favorites in this race.
I spoke with Pete and Ricky Redder, trainers of the 9-horse here, and Ricky told me this was his best shot to win all night, and he had 8 horses in. So, he likes this horse quite a bit, and I think he definitely plays it. And you've got to have him on your tickets no matter what. Even at 5-2, post 9 sucks, but at the same time, 5-2, I think is pretty fair on him. He's been pacing 49 miles, over here, and even a 48 and 4 mile 3 back. So, he's a play for sure for me, even at 5-2.
How about you, Mike? You're looking at the board. I know you like Edward Hanover, but at 4-1, are you thinking to put this horse on top? You thinking of some exotics with him involved? Because I think you're gonna have to try and get one of these bigger prices to even make exotics worth betting.
Do we have Mike?
Mr. Prebosi.
I'm sorry, I'm doing something. Tell me again, please.
I was asking if you see 4-1 at Edward Hanover and you're thinking that horse is, you're sticking to that horse on the win end, or if you're trying to find some sort of exotics to use him with. If that
I think that the horse has a big chance to win at 4-1. I think is a fair price. It gets us that up for sure. You have Jet Airway, Rockin' Speed, Fan of Terror to go. I would expect the 3, if there's any goods, going to go. This horse, should get his setup, and I like that last race, that 25-1 kicker. It's giant. So we did have some comments on the 2. That's what I was looking at. Comments on the 2 on Facebook.
I was gonna say, after this race, we have the 360 helmet cam,
which you're gonna have to control manually.
Yes, but we'll get to that.
But we got 50 seconds to post roughly.
Yes.
And I don't know how much you've talked about the horse, but Freaky Feet Pete, local favorite here.
That explains why he's 4-1, which I feel like that's an underline.
It is. I mean, the horse is obviously talented, but he just hasn't been quite himself since the injury. But, again, he's a must play just because he's been sharp, and, he always seems to give his best effort no matter what. So I would probably throw him on underneath. Not a win contender for me, but, he's got a big heart, so he can win at any point.
I mean, in terms of odds, I see 57-1 at bettor's risk, and I go, okay, that's what I got.
I don't mind 7-2 on the 8 Edward Hanover either, but we'll find out who's going to win the race in about 2 minutes.
We'll also see if Rockin' Speed's any good after he should have won the Dan Patch. Field of 9 lining up for the Greg Haston Memorial. 3-1 here on Fan of Terror, as well as GD Western Joe, as well as Rockin' Speed. Fourth choice at 4-1 then, the 8 Edward Hanover. Field of 9 in line, in behind, and approaching the start. For the Greg Haston Memorial, and they're off and pacing with Jet Airway moving for the top. Outside of him, Rockin' Speed. And on the far outside, Fan of Terror swoops past Edward Hanover to now take control, heading past the first 8th. Here comes Fan of Terror to move towards the cones and pass Jet Airway to the top as they head to the opening quarter. Away third then, Rockin' Speed wide of a bettor's risk, parking him out. Back fourth then, GD Western Joe, rather 5th GD Western Joe. My buddy Ninkster sits 6th ahead of Freaky Feet Pete towards the back of the pack, inside of Edward Hanover, and Keystone Tenacious Texan last through a 25-3 opening quarter. Up the backside, Rockin' Speed engages Fan of Terror and now sticks a neck in front heading towards the half. A gap of 2 develops between Jet Airway and the dueling pace setters, then a bettor's risk from 4th. Position 4.5 lengths off the speed. Ahead of GD Western Joe 5th. Edward Hanover sits 6th off the pylons as they hit the half in 52 and 2, 26-4 that second quarter. Fan of Terror around the far turn, a length and a half better than Jet Airway, sitting the perfect trip. Rockin' Speed drops back through the field as 3 high comes Edward Hanover around that one. Behind him, then to the top of the stretch comes Keystone Tenacious, but to catch Fan of Terror in 120-3 outside a bettor's risk, trying to pull the upset. Off cover from the back, Edward Hanover swooping into contention as they come towards the final 8th. A bettor's risk trying to blow up the toe board, but Edward Hanover edges past to take the lead in the final 16th as Edward Hanover now cruises away from a bettor's risk to take the Greg Haston Memorial by 2 from GD Western Joe and a bettor's risk in 1:48 and 2. Well, I've picked worse 72-1 shots, haven't I?
That was an excellent pick on the 1. The horse race really nice. Should have never been 72-1. But the 8 got his setup, and that's what I figured would happen there.
And so did
and
the 7.
The best closer in the race, even though it was outside the entire way, still has plenty of class, plenty of late speed to track them all down.
That was a good mile by Edward Hanover, being parked and then 3 wide coming off the last turn. You know, he raced extremely well there.
They really can't figure out Rocket's speed, can they? That horse is always gunning and then having no way to use that speed in a useful way. He's always the one messing things up or setting it up for another horse.
Kind of a bad luck horse, but uber talented. I mean, that was a brutal first half, 52 and 2.
That's ridiculous.
They were smoking.
8,
You know, what are these big horses going to go? If they can go 52 and 2 half the race before, I'm curious, what are they planning on going here in the next?
However fast they go, I will most likely collapse from shock.
And just so everybody knows, we've got the 4K bike cam on Jimmy Freight here for the Dan Patch final.
Oh, right.
That's coming up in the very next race.
In the meantime, we're watching Edward Hanover head back to the winner's circle.
And we should talk about this race quickly. And show before we show the 360 cam.
I mean, how long?
Because I gotta go. No, it's 3 minutes. I gotta go turn the camera on.
Okay. So coming up, of course, the featured race on the night, the $330,000 Dan Patch free for all, or Dan Patch. Yeah, it is the Dan Patch Stakes. Okay, Rod, give us your 2 cents.
So my 2 cents here. Lather Up is the sharpest horse on the planet right now, with maybe the exception of Sharton. But, you know, that win last week, the mile and an eighth in 1:59 and 2, just shattered the world record. It's hard to beat him right now, but quick note, I think almost every time he's raced at Hoosier Park, he's made a break. So there is that chance that he does run. I'm going to try to beat him. I think the only horse that can beat him in this race is McWicked. And McWicked had no chance last week in the Sam McKee Memorial. You know, he was in a really bad spot, had to go first over, and then, you know, it was just not a good race for him, but he definitely plays here. We got prices for race 10.
Yes, Edward Hanover returns $8.80 to win, $4.60 to place, $3.20 to show. GD Western Joe, $4, $3.60, and then a bettor's risk, $11.80. The $2 exacta, I can't see it on the tote board, but I can see it here, $46.60. $2 trifecta, $1,013.20. 10-cent superfecta, then $210.86. Good exotics, thanks to a bettor's risk and
Yes.
Mike Oosting. And so far, my over-under on Mike Oosting is holding firm at 1.
Well, back to the Dan Patch final here.
Yes.
Always a prince from the outside. He's kind of the underrated horse. You know, he shipped out east. He raced very well out there, competing with horses like Lather Up in the Bill Houghton Memorial. And he's just got to work out a trip from the outside post. So, you know, that's going to be the big thing for him. If he can work out that trip, I think he's got a shot, and he's going to be a nice price. Currently 9-1 on the board. A lot of time to post, obviously, but he's one that you should probably watch out for. And I'm going to go turn this camera on before they get out.
Meantime, here is the 360 helmet cam that we have for you. As we can see here, it's currently frozen. It is not frozen. Well, I didn't unpause it yet, but once I unpause it, this is how cool stuff is. It's going to lag incredibly. I think my laptop's panicking right now trying to handle this. Is it in 4K? Is that why? No, it's at 720. Let's lower the quality for sake of, because I don't want my laptop to be lit on fire. But as you doing behind the scenes, and that, of course, is available on the NAHU Picks YouTube page. So, Mike, let me please advertise the stuff that we do.
Yes, do that. I was just curious. My feed is lagging behind.
There's no need to get cranky about it, because I understand it's the featured event coming up, the $330,000 Dan Patch, with Lather Up currently on the board at 2 to 5. Well, I figured you guys had to say about that, Mike.
I think that this, this race could set up just like the last race. I mean, we do have 22 minutes to post here, so that's probably not a bad time to do the 360 stuff. But
spoke too soon, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. Obviously, I worked all day, and I'm a little cranky. So. I think McWicked at 7-2 is very good value. This race could set up very similar to the race that just went, where they go crazy to the half and it sets it up for somebody from off the pace, especially with horses like Jimmy Freight, Always a Prince, Rock and Ron, Filibuster Hanover, all known for leaving the gate quickly. Now, they can't go with Lather Up early, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to let them walk either. And, McWicked obviously likes this place. So
I feel like one of the things that benefits McWicked in this spot is the fact that he tends to need more ground to get rolling, and with the longer straightaway, he perhaps could generate more momentum to go past horses. But also too, he's had every chance to do that in his recent starts, and has failed.
Okay, but would you agree that those nights that McWicked did, or that Lather Up did win those races, while he was the best horse, he did benefit from extremely fast racetracks?
I mean, sure, the racetracks were fast, but also too, I recognize the fact that a horse that can go that fast, regardless of the track, and still hold on. I get why he's 2 to 5. I'm not saying I'd bet him at 2 to 5. But I get what you're saying. You're saying McWicked raced against a bias that you see, and you think at 7 to 2 he's value. I think 7 to 2 is too low, because the horse just seems like he's regressing, and the fact that he's 8 years old doesn't make that a surprise if it is truly happening.
I don't necessarily think that he's regressing. I think more that Lather Up has proven himself to be the better horse this minute. I don't know. I know McWicked isn't the same as he was last year. I would agree with that. Okay. But what I'm saying is I don't know if it's as much regressing as it is that, Lather Up has turned into this speed freak that nobody can touch right now. And has benefited from fast racetracks. He loves big tracks. Everything has kind of gone his way recently. So, all his quirks are gone. He's focused and he's crushing everything. I'm curious though, if he faces early pressure, what happens?
But you also look at this field. Compared to what he faced in the Sam McKeon and those other races, this isn't necessarily the toughest group. He does have some decent competition in McWicked, if McWicked's able to bounce back. Jimmy Freight, who has been off the radar most of the stakes season, pops into this race. He's up on the board at 10 to 1 currently. And of course, Always a Prince, the horse that shipped east off of decent miles in the Midwest and helped set a race up for Lather Up to go a world record.
I think he is a race Freight because he's capable of. In that Woodbine race where he went 26, 54, 121 and kept going. He's capable of, sub 48 miles when he's put into the race. I'm curious to see what kind of drive you get off the qualifier. For a little while, and no chance to Saratoga race, still raced extremely well. He likes a little bit of a bigger track. He could go and push Lather Up early, setting it up for others. Or he could end up in the pocket and be live late. That's the thing. You have to decide, where does he end up in the race? Does he end up, like a horse in the last race, like Rocket Park, and that's the whole way, or does he land in the pocket and get a perfect trip? don't see McWicked landing in the block in the race.
Well, I still feel that with the speed, Always a Prince is a contender in this race because we could very well see the track flip. Closers could be doing well, but also too, we could see Lather Up and Always a Prince maybe go 1-2, and then no one else comes from back.
But they could be the best horses. I think the track has been true in the sense that while it's tilted towards being out behind, it's not necessarily like you had the race where the 3 and the 4 went 1-2 around the racetrack. So the best horses are doing what they're doing with setups and winning off trips and things like that. There's no massive closers bias.
Although there's one thing I do want to note right now, and it's the fact that a wind is rolled in. Mike, do you want to guess what kind of wind it is?
I don't know. A tailwind?
Stretch tailwind.
Okay.
Which makes me kind of worried. I had to put this ticket together before I knew how the track was playing for my Superfecta, because the Superfecta here is guaranteed at $25,000. It's a 10-cent minimum. I keyed the 4 and the 9 for the top 2 spots, but I mean, now that the track has been helping closers a bit more, I don't necessarily know if Always a Prince is probably the best horse to key with Lather Up. Because I know you keyed McWicked and Lather Up for the top 2 spots.
I mean, I don't know that the Super is going to pay a massive amount of money here because the 4 best horses are likely going to be in the top 4 spots. I mean, so it's not a race I'm looking to play Superfectas in. I know that there's a $25,000 guaranteed pool, but if I'm playing 2-4 on top, I'm playing a very limited ticket for limited pay.
Which, I mean, you put together a $4.80 ticket. When I saw that, I thought, oh, okay, you don't really think it's going to pay a lot because you don't feel like it's really worth investing in. Which I agree, because you look at this race, you got McWicked, you got Lather Up, you got Jimmy Freight, Always a Prince, but then who's left? A bunch of horses that typically race around hours of 20,000, hours of 15,000, who are just, not for lack of a better term, by definition, outclassed.
At this point, they are. I mean, Filibuster Hanover would have been much lower in this race, last year. Rock and Ron obviously has had his day where he was the top class, but right now they're not. They're steps behind the top horses, and I mean, that's just the way it is right now. So yeah, can they get pieces of the ticket? Yeah. Has this race been upset before? Of course it has. But those horses are going to have things go their way. A horse like the One has a chance maybe because he's a closer and can sit and maybe pick up pieces. I mean, if the race kind of goes fast. Whereas horses like the 5 and the 8 typically race better whenever they're close to the front. Well, how are they getting close to the front when they're not beating the 4 there? They're not beating the 6 there. The 9's probably going. I mean, that's the way I look at the race, and that's why I think that McWicked has a better chance because there's a lot of speed in the race.
But you touched on one of the key horses as a potential closer. Me So Fast, no doubt going to get ignored here because he hasn't raced against the top caliber horses. But you look back in the Ben Franklin final, the horse finished 5th while gaining ground on This Is the Plan. And the race wasn't even terribly fast. Most of that night, Mike, and you can attest to this, I'm pretty sure most of that night, it was pretty front.
Right. It was.
Me So Fast was able to gain some ground, albeit off a pylon trip. But he's probably going to be in that spot. And another horse that I used on the Superfecta ticket, who's currently 62-1, that's going to be sitting off the pace, Endeavor, also races incredibly well from off the pace, and with the correct speed up front, well, that's the other place where there could be speed. With the correct speed, he may get suctioned into the mix and maybe make this pay a bit more.
I don't know. While you're correct that is his style, if you look at the big races he was in the Sam McKee, 10th, in the Hound 9th, against horses like None Better, who was streaking 7th. He's raced in almost a 22.5, but that race, lent itself to falling apart late. Now he did kick in 26 and 48 and 4 mile, but he was still 64-1 versus those horses. So this horse is a very nice horse. He makes a lot of money, with his speed, but he's more an open type horse, not a I think stakes kind of horse. So that's just my opinion. Can he get a piece of the ticket? Absolutely, because his style suits. He won 14 races last year. He could get it set up. They wouldn't be here for no reason. But I just feel like that he's against it, and you're getting what 50-1 on him right now, 59-1. That's where he should be.
I mean, I was just I'm grasping at straws at this point to try and find something a bit more interesting in this race because you have such decisive favorites. But at the same time, of those decisive favorites, the highest price is currently 10-1 as Jimmy Freight.
Yeah, and I really like this horse. I mean, he's a very good horse. He tries every time. He can do it either way, but I feel like that he is better whenever he's up controlling the race and like he likes to fight for it. I mean, that's just the way this horse is, and the drive is going to be very curious to me, especially coming off the qualifier. Could he land in the pocket? Absolutely. Could he end up parked and get nothing? Yes, that's a possibility also.
So we currently have Lather up at 2-5. McWicken floating in price. Do you think 4-1's dead on the board, or that's just weighted by how intensely they've bet Lather up?
I don't think he'll end up that high. I think he'll probably end up, probably closer to 3, maybe 5-2, till it's all said and done. Because people are going to see 4-1 and think that's value.
Well, currently, I feel weird because
I don't think it's dead on the board. I mean, he's the second choice in a race where the money still has to come here. He's still got 10 minutes to post. I feel like it's going to be closer to the morning line by the time it's all said and done. I like him at 4-1. I think 4-1 is very fair on a horse that has had things go against him recently. So, and I mean, those two races in the Meadowlands, he really had no chance in either one.
I'm conflicted at this point because they're currently singing Indiana State song, and I don't know if I'm supposed to sit or stand.
I would just. Are you some Indiana native that you need to?
Yeah, good job. Some people are really proud of her work, I guess. I don't see where she's selling CDs, but post time looming. Parade time closer than that for the Dan Patch. We're about 9 minutes away. And there go the shreds of my one losing bet of the night. That implies I've had winners. I have not, unfortunately. But McWicked currently 9-2. He keeps drifting, which makes me think we might see Lather Up drop a tick to 1-5. Always a Prince taking that local money towards the outside. He's 7-1 right now. And then 10-1 on Jimmy Freight. From there, you start getting into the real long shot territory. I mean, 10-1 is a long shot. It's like a 9% chance to win, but here we're talking like 30-1, 50-1 on these other horses that just seem like they're here to fill the field.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I mean, maybe you can get a horse like Me So Fast into the Super. The dark horses are always capable of big miles. They come here and he's upset this race in the past. So I mean, what did his horse pay with Yannick that time? Wasn't he 20-something-1?
Rock and Ron?
No, the one a couple years ago. What was that? I can't remember his name right now. I don't know. It's escaped me.
I can't remember who's won this race. I have a media guide here. Ow! The wind slapped me. It was really rude of it. Well, in case anyone was wondering in the media guide, this is Peter Lurie. This is what he looks like. If If you happen to see him, don't ask for an autograph. Or do. I don't know what you'll do. But the horse you're thinking of, Mike, Check 6.
That's it, Check 6. Yeah, he was a big prize when he won this.
Well, all that speculation only leads to more speculation. It's post-parade time for the Dan Patch. Like I said, we saw McWicked floating in price, which could only mean lather up. It was going to take more money. He's currently 1-5 here as the field's led by the 1, Me So Fast, who of course used to race for trainer Ron Burke, switched to Virgil Morgan Jr.'s barn when the horse turned 4 or 5. I forget. It was sometime in his older career, but has since raced mostly on the Ohio circuit, occasionally dabbling in Grand Circuit competition. This is more in his homeland. 35-1 here on the Virgil Morgan trained son of Roll With Joe, owned by Winchester Bay Acres, and Ricky McComber in the bike. That's Me So Fast. Next then, McWicked, who, how many times, he's been in this race a couple of times, and I think he's of course he's lost every time, but I just forget how many times he's been in this event. It's been a couple years that
He's raced well on this racetrack.
He's raced well on this racetrack, but in this race, I know he was in it last year.
He won last year, yeah?
No, Lazarus won last year.
Oh, okay.
Yes. But this is he is the reigning horse of the year. What merit that might have on a horse potentially regressing, I can't tell. But he has every right to prove that he's not off of his last couple of miles. Brian Sears has only had a couple drives tonight. This is the main reason he's here. Unless, of course, he really wanted to drive whatever horse that was earlier on the card in one of those late closing events. In all honesty, here's the big money. Here's Brian Sears with Casey Coleman for the SSG Stables. What else do you expect? The horse is 9-2. One of 2 horses for Jeff Colifer, then getting ready to step out. That's the 3, New Talent. He's on the board at 48-1. He has John DeLong in the bike for Colifer Racing and partner Pollock Racing LLC. This is a horse that tends to show a lot of speed, and Mike, in all honesty, probably would be one that helps set the pace, set the race up for another. Speaking of speed, lather up. He likely will try and take him gate to wire, but may that confidence play against him? It's possible. 2-5 here on the 2-time world champion. He equaled the all-time fastest mile of 1:46 a couple weeks ago, and then he beat the 1 1/8 record last week in the Sam McKee Memorial. Rod Adams Jr. back on set.
Yep. Wow.
Just in time for Filibuster Hanover to parade. As he logically...
Who has the helmet cam, Rod, or the bike cam? Or
the bike cam is good to go on Jimmy Freight.
Jimmy Freight has the 4K bike cam.
Oh, that's awesome.
Meantime,
is it live?
Filibuster Hanover steps out. Now a 5-year-old. He won the Little Brown Jug, didn't he, Filibuster?
Yes.
Yes. And since then, has gone on to do what most jug winners have done. Not much.
Except make $600-something thousand.
Yeah, they kind of fly under the radar, but also just kind of accrue money. Here's Jimmy Freight. Let's see if we can see the sulky cam. Is it hitched on the left or right?
It's on the right side.
It's on the right side.
You can barely even see that it's there, but you can see it.
Yes, it's very faint.
But this is Jimmy Freight, owned by Adriano Sorella, trained by Andrew Harris, driven by Scott Zeron.
Interestingly enough, Jimmy Freight with only 1 win this year. That was in the Mohawk Gold Cup against McWicked, where he was put to the lead and had McWicked try and chase him. And he sure tried. He couldn't do much else. Endeavor the 7, the second entrant for Jeff Colifer, local trainer here, has Sam Widger. I believe Sam's the leading driver this meet.
No, John DeLong is.
John DeLong is, but Sam's close. Sam's among the leading drivers here at Hoosier Park. He's here driving Endeavor for Pollock Racing and Jeff Colifer, who were the owners of the year at the Meadowlands.
Yes.
This meet.
Congrats to them.
Matt Kakaley in for the 8 Rock and Ron, driving for trainer Ron Burke, and of course his big syndicate of Burke Racing, Weaver Buscemi RTC Stables, and Jerry and Teresa Silva Stables. This horse currently 65 to 1 and still rolling at 7. Not doing anything else but really making money on the condition ranks, but he's here.
Yeah. Well, here's the 9, Always a Prince.
They're ready to step out. Speaking of Always a Prince,
Tom Kelly trying to screw with me right now.
Tom Kelly's a tickle monster.
The 9, Always a Prince, owned by Carl and Melanie Atley, trained by Tyler George, driven by Trace Tetrick. Dreaded post 9, but this horse made over 100,000 this year and is sharp as they come off a huge win in a qualifier last week.
And I was saying to Mike, too, this was also the horse that set Lather up.
Yeah.
For that world record mile. But Rod, for the first time this summer, I'm surprised by this. The sleeves are long.
You know what? It cooled off really quickly.
It got really cool. I don't know how they go 43 here.
Well, the wind kicked up around
Poland.
When they went out to post parade, and it's kind of stayed steady since then, and the temperature dropped at least 5 degrees like immediately. So it's a little chilly right now, but it's still a great night, and this is the race we've been waiting for.
I'm also surprised at how quickly this night has flown by. I think after having as many technical snafus and just...
Well, the other thing is, last week at Meadowlands, that's a 7-hour show.
That's true. We're on phase now.
So this is just past, started the 3rd hour.
I know. We'll be done by like 11.
Yeah, the races will be over by 11.
And then we get to go. Well, we're not going back to the hotel room because you got to have your 6 beers before you can get behind the vehicle.
Absolutely.
What do we think of the odds here? Right now, currently 44 people watching this feed. Let's talk about the race.
I want to talk about Rod's need for alcohol, but I guess we can also talk about the fact that Lather Up is
1 to 5.
Mike is adamant about McWicked. He's still on McWicked, even though, Mike, I still have the program marked. McWicked owes you a lot of money.
He does owe me a lot of money. I understand this, okay? But I just feel like he gets us set up in this race. I'm looking at this race.
As far as McWicked, I'm on the same page as you. I like him in this spot. I think it's a better spot for him. And he was in a bad spot last time, as I mentioned earlier. He's due to come back and race well. He's one of those horses that when he starts getting back into that groove, he's going to be extremely hard to beat. I don't care how good Lather Up is. Lather Up's advantage was that he was on the front last time, and that's his game. He leaves, gets to the front, and he kind of got his own way. They went fast, but he got his own way. The track was extremely fast last week, as we all know, and for me, Lather Up, I don't know. Can he regress here? Yeah, I think so, because that was a big race at 1 1/8 last week for a world record mile. So, I'm kind of against him a little bit here. Montrell said he expects him to be just as good. So we'll see what happens. But with a portion of the ownership being sold to TaylorMade, that they're thinking ahead now after the 2 world record miles in a row.
It's still but also you look at this horse's pedigree. I don't know. I know a bit about pedigree. I also know it means nothing a lot of times. If you have a good horse, you have a good horse.
Yeah.
Like some beach somewhere was by who? Fritz's Blue Chip. I don't even remember the horse's name. But Lather Up, I think the only son of I'm Gorgeous to make more than $1 million. Firstly,
I think so.
I could be wrong, but at the same time,
But he's a superb individual, Ray. That's the thing.
Oh, we're down to about 1.5 minutes to post here. Currently, still 1 to 5 is the 4 Lather Up.
So you have a 1 to 5 shot. I understand you may respect him, but how beatable do you think he is in this race?
He's beatable.
Okay.
So I'm going to try to beat him. I do know the game plan for the 3 is to try to get in a 2-hole. Behind Lather Up, because Lather Up's going. So that's his game plan. I think he's going to have a piece of it. I think he hits the ticket underneath based on the trip. He's just going to have to keep up down the stretch with Lather Up if Lather Up's still pacing. So for me, if I'm playing the race, I'm going 2-4 on top with the 2, 4, 6, and 9, and then I'm throwing the 3 on for third as a big bomb.
For me, Jimmy Freight's 8-1. He's dropping in price. He seems most likely to sit a stalking trip and capitalize on some speed. He's the best I have here. As much as I like Always a Prince, the way the track's been playing and the fact that he's probably going to gun out of there, I think 7-1's an underlay. Mike, 9-2 on McWicked.
Lots of Facebook votes. We got some votes for McWicked. We got some votes for Jimmy Freight. Votes for Always a Prince. They're spread out a little, and some Lather Ups too. Oh, and Michael Rossi keeps saying 145 and 3. He thinks that the record goes down again tonight.
At the very least, I think Me So Fast can hit the super at 59-1. It's post time for race 11. The $330,000 final of the Dan Patch Stakes. 2-5 here on Lather Up. 9-2 on McWicked. As a field of 9 is in motion and approaching the start. Off and pacing with Filibuster Hanover from the center shooting out, as does Jimmy Freight outside. Lather Up procuring a spot up close. He's away third to the first turn, while Me So Fast from the pylons gets away fourth. As to the first turn, Jimmy Freight parked by Filibuster Hanover. Those two try to set a quick clip with Lather Up sitting third. Back fourth, Me So Fast. Look at that first quarter, 24-4, backside bound. Lather Up makes his move after Filibuster Hanover to now circle to the top. Jimmy Freight sits third with Me So Fast fourth to the half. McWicked then's back fifth, ahead of New Talent sixth, inside of Always a Prince supplying cover to Endeavor. Then last of all, Rock and Ron to the half. Lather Up at 1-5 leads here as Filibuster Hanover tightens in the pocket. Montreal slows the half to 53-3, a 28-4 breather, moving to the far turn. Outside McWicked, now moving up to challenge the favorite around the final turn as they approach three quarters in the Dan Patch. Lather Up only a neck ahead of McWicked, who's now going by to the outside. McWicked takes the lead. Lather Up to the inside, tries to battle back. Always a Prince looms 3 high as they pass three quarters in 1:21-3 into the stretch of the Dan Patch. McWicked in front. Always a Prince to the outside. Deeper on the track, Endeavor went to the inside. Lather Up waiting for room. Coming into the 8th pole. McWicked tried all enough. Lather Up with one final lunge to the inside. Montreal Teague gets Lather Up in front, extends, and takes the Dan Patch from McWicked. Endeavor, and then for fourth, looked like Jimmy Freight in 1:47-2.
How does McWicked lose from there? Are you kidding me?
McWicked tried to grind, went past, but that open stretch
Oh my
played
God!
to Lather Up's benefit.
Lather Up is just too good right now.
It was over on the turn.
I mean, totally perfect drive by Montreal, because like we mentioned on the broadcast earlier, we knew he was probably going to get steppy at some point in these turns, and he did. And Montreal held him together, and that's all he had to do, because we knew when he straightened up, he was going to be tough to beat.
How about this, though? I was talking to Mike. We can look at my superfecta graphic. Who do I have for third, and who got third?
The 7.
Endeavor.
At 80-1.
Endeavor, nice.
But I did not have the right top two.
How do you not have the right top two?
Because I thought always. Well, first things first. I told you on the original ticket I had, I was a fan of Always a Prince. The horse came from off the pace. Horse sat a perfect trip, but was dead in the stretch. I didn't think McWicked would race as well as he did. Still,
I thought Jimmy raced really well. I thought McWicked was winning off the turn.
That's pretty bad. You got to have him on the ticket. You got the 80-1 up for third. It's going to be a nice try and super. even though it's the 2 chalks up front.
Yeah, what a race. That's a great race.
Yeah,
I mean,
but back
there's,
to lather up, the drive itself was what won the race. He didn't press him through that last turn. He didn't press him through the first turn or the last turn, and that's why he won the race. He let the horse just kind of pace his own mile through, or his own quarter through that turn, and when they straightened up, that's when he turned the gas on again, and you could see him before he hit the open stretch, he was absolutely loaded.
First quarter, all night, what's been great is that I'm sitting here calling the races, and I hear the crowd go like, oh, and that's when I know, fast first quarter. They went 24-4 to that first quarter, which I don't know how many times I've seen that in a mile. I don't think I've ever seen that in a mile race.
I've seen it once.
Loyal opposition? Is that what you're talking about? Or another time?
I can't remember who it was.
I've seen the sub 25, but it's been on like the straightaway going,
I've
on
seen
those
it
mile
here
and eighth
one
races.
time. And that was about 10 years ago. And I can't remember who did it.
And a lot has changed since then. For starters, you're sterile.
Yeah.
Lather up at 1-5.
But what a race.
Second.
Currently 57 people watching the feed on Facebook.
How many?
57 right now, current live viewers. 60.
4, 2, 7, 6, 1-5 over 9-2 over 80-1.
How do you not have McWicked?
How many times did you hear me say I think he's regressing? And how many times have I said on this show, tonight, that what I love about doing this is talking so in-depthly about something and then being proved wrong in 2 minutes. What makes it weirder is that I was also right. Like, what am I supposed to do with that?
The super's $1,000 for $2. $1,000.
$50 for 10 cents. Nice.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's not huge, but that's good for one.
$1,000 with a 1-5 and the second choice second. It paid $1,000.
For $2.
That's giant.
$2. That means the 10-cent paid 200.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's not correct.
100.
The 10-cent, no.
For $2, it paid $1,000. That means that the 10 cents.
So it's $500 for a buck. 50
doesn't do math.
$50
No,
for a dime.
we're figuring this out. So
1/20th.
So, what'd you say?
It's $500 for $1, 50 for a dime. It's not difficult math.
No, okay. So I just crunched the numbers, and the answer I got is Rod sucks.
Not right.
You didn't have Endeavor.
I need my prices right buzzer.
You didn't have Endeavor.
Seriously, that was a good pick on Endeavor. And it set up right for him. I thought Jimmy raced really well, and I want to bet him out of that race. That was really a nice, especially because he went early.
A little bit. And when he got shuffled,
still was around for fourth.
I thought he was completely out of it, but he came back charging hard late. He raced very well from where he was at.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, Lather Up. You did it.
That's a serious. I mean, that horse is just crazy right now. He's unbelievable right now.
Congratulations. All right, so what now? Race 12?
We got 3 left.
Race 12 in 10 minutes. What is race 12? Well, it's not the Dan Patch.
We're gonna do the 12th race, and then we're shutting down for the night.
Oh, okay. Why does the bar close at 11?
No, I've got to go down there and get the bike cam before Andrew takes off. Because he's going to the Red Mile tonight.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh, Harris.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Race 12. Oh, they have Kentucky Sire Stakes on Sunday, don't they?
Yeah, tomorrow. 2-year-olds tomorrow.
You're right. Here's race 12 coming up, the Gross Point Final, or the Grosset Point Final. $20,000 purse, 10 horses going postward. It always feels weird. You have a big race like this, and then afterwards, I don't know if it's supposed to be like a resolution. If you're looking at it from like the the conflict arc line. If you're looking at it from the conflict arc line, because like that race was the climax, but of course now we've gone to the falling actions.
Yeah.
Which I'm not saying that to diminish the gross point final. That's not the one I wanted. That's the one I wanted. I'm not saying that to diminish the gross point final. More so, no problem. It's always a strange feeling to have these races follow the big event.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. Like, just end the car with 11, be done with it.
Go home.
But it's a $20,000 trot race, It should be contentious anyways. And a horse that I really like in this race, I don't like the price right now, but the one, AA Cash Hall. This is a trip horse. He gets the rail. He doesn't have a ton of gate speed, but the setup looks nice. As he should end up in a nice second over spot here, I think. And he's going to be decent value. Now he's 13-1. So, if he can work out that second over trip, I think he's got a big shot at a decent price. If not to win, to hit the ticket at least, because there is going to be a big favorite here in the 4 Bluebird Reverend, coming off a win last week by 3.5 lengths. He's been finishing his miles very well. His last 3 starts, a win, a second, and a third. So, the short price is likely. I'm not a big fan, but, I think you got to use the horse.
I see a lot of potential in this race. Like, sure, Bluebird Reverend is currently 3-5, but I have a couple of long shots marked, such as the 2, So Handsome, more T-shirts. Can I really throw more T-shirts?
Cool, give me one.
And I'm not gonna get one. I haven't had enough food to try and crab leg my way to another T-shirt. I tried, it didn't work. Oh, but they're shooting them out of cannon this time. There's a cannon this time.
There is a cannon.
The 2 So Handsome's one of the long shots I have here. He's 15-1 on the board currently. Remember when we threw all of our T-shirts and then it turned into...
No. Don't say we. You threw all of our T-shirts at Breeders' Crown Night in a matter of 2.5 minutes from the time I walked in to use the bathroom to the time I walked out. 50 T-shirts were gone.
Yeah.
Including our sponsors.
Seriously, 30 seconds.
And what's your point?
How do you get rid of 50 T-shirts in 30 seconds?
Do you see the fact that
they're using them to clean their bathtub?
They're ready to break into a fist fight over a free T-shirt. So Handsome is a long shot I like. What a swan if he stays flat. But the fact that he's 11-1, and I have to say if he stays flat, makes me go, do I really want to gamble with that? How about 42-1 on Bo I See Time? Look at that last race. 7th past the half. 3/4 they trot there in 29-3. That horse gains almost 10 lengths to range up towards the top. Loses by a head, but still made that sweeping move towards the top. And with this outside post, makes me think that he's a viable contender here.
Yeah, he is. From the outside post, I don't mind the horse. He made a big move last time. This is a slightly worse post position from this spot. I mean, he's got to come from the back, and he's got a lot of work to do. So he needs some fractions to chase. And Mike, what do you think of the 9 here? I think he's got a shot to hit in exotics.
The 9, I didn't use. I don't like to move outside. The outside post, the horse, tends to have to come from last. He's 1 for 16 this year. With a better post, I would be more interested. Not as interested from this outside post. I just feel like he's going to have to pass too many here. He could end up 4th, maybe 3rd or 4th, but I don't know. I think, the 2 is definitely a horse that's very interesting, and it's my top pick in the race, especially with this post. Should get a decent trip, I think, from off of it, and has 16 wins in the last 2 years. That's my long shot in the race. I also think that the 8 and the 10 have chances. The 8 kicked 26 last time from a tough spot and has a couple wins earlier in the year in, some Star Stakes races, has definitely made money. And then, the 10 Crystal Ice, gets a driver switch. I'm not sure, is Montreal going to stay on after winning the big race? But that's a huge driver switch for the horse.
Both of you guys get on set.
Okay, come on, Jamie.
No.
More people who just happen to know Rod Allums Jr.
Emily Hay, Jamie Lang.
Hey!
You guys have been here all night. We've seen each other basically all night, back and forth. We've been back and forth to the paddock, to the Dan Patch paddock. They were yelling at me to get out of the way.
Oh, you like photobombed the post parade. We're trying to get the big horses coming out, and here comes Rod right in the middle.
Yeah, you guys were taking pics of me. I already know.
We do. We got him. Yeah, Photoshop. Yeah, we're gonna have fun with him.
We'll have some good memes.
Not too much. Not too much. So what brought you guys out here tonight?
I'm here with Midwest Harness doing social media stuff. We were back in the paddock taking some pictures, talking to some grooms. I talked to a fan out there. We got Sharon singing the national, or not national anthem, the Indiana. Yeah, she sung the national anthem at the state fair. She's got a really good voice. She does good.
I have a really good voice.
Let's hear it. I don't know.
It's not that good though.
And
it's not good enough to sing outside the car.
I'm not even racing here, and I got called into the paddock down there for the judge's office, and kind of nervous about going in because why would they be calling me? And it was a good reason though. They gave us some food.
Yeah,
nice.
We were in the judge's office and they fed us, so that was nice.
Nothing wrong with that.
Welcome to Indiana.
Right.
It's good. It's a nice night.
It is. It's a perfect night, and Ray looks like I do when I sit there. He hasn't moved.
I was napping. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys have been looking at the program all night. This race, who do you like?
Oh gosh,
I'll give it to you. You got to look
See,
again.
I'm horrible at picking this. I usually go by the name or the.
You drive horses. You got to know how to read a program a little bit.
And even though you watch them, you never know week by week how they're going to come out. So if anything, I might have to go with. I want to go with Mr. Pine Tucky.
Oh, he's good. But I'm gonna go. Sammy's my man. I gotta go with Sammy.
What number is he driving?
He is on the 6.
So one for the 5, one for the 6.
Oh.
Ray, who do you like?
I'm sorry, those are both losers.
Ouch.
You're gonna go with the long shot. Who are you looking at?
Mike's not wrong with the 2 at 14-1. The horse made a sweeping move around the final turn, albeit was chasing the favorite to finish second in that race. Maybe if the horse gets rolling a bit sooner, has a bit of a better shot. But I also like the 9 at 26-1.
You got to pick one. This is a competition.
This is a stipulation you did not introduce.
You can do the pick 3.
I'm on the 1 here.
Well, he's got kind of 3 marks. So the 2, 4, and 8.
2, 4, and 9.
Oh, he's got 9 too.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw my program over here. I'm going to throw my pen at the program. It missed.
And you missed. So he's going off the board.
You're off the charts. You're out. You're done.
I'm done? Nice. Bye, guys.
See you later.
All right, we got new co-hosts.
Sorry we chased him away.
No, it's fine. Ray needed a break anyways. He's gonna walk around and come out this door. So, Mike, you haven't chimed in in a while. Who's your pick here?
2 for me on top. I do agree with Ray. I think Coach is solid here. You're getting a big enough price. The horse likes to win. He's involved almost all the time. He's definite use for me.
Good enough. We're on the 1, the 2. The girls got the 5 and the 6. Ray has like half the field. So I guess Ray's taking everybody we don't have.
Now you know why we drive and not pick horses.
Right.
Right.
Well, you got the 2nd favorite and the 3rd favorite right now. So I'm trying to beat you with a long shot. I'm 12-1. Going for the jugular here in race number 12. This is going to be our last race before we jump off the air. Ladies, thank you for jumping on with us.
Right,
it was
thank
fun.
You for having us.
You guys are always welcome on.
Perfect. Thank you.
Emily Hay, Jamie Lang on set for a little bit there. Having some fun, picking some horses. Michael.
Yeah.
Tell us a little more about this race.
Well, I mean, this is a good race, I think, because the favorite is marginal. Did win last time, but has burned some money in the past. Draws well, should be up front again, but the back end has been decent. So as Rod laughed it up with everybody on set. I think it's a good betting race, one of the better ones of the night so far. And the 8 and the 10, I do think are long shots worth pursuing, especially with their, with the driver kick on the 10 and the final kick on the 8. Both, right now the 8's 11-1 taking money, but 10 is 53-1. So
I want to give a bit of time to Hoosier Park's bathrooms, sparkling clean. I was getting ready to leave without heading to the sink, but I saw a sign that said team members must wash hands, and I thought, well, I want to be part of the team. So I went to the sink, washed my hands, and now I'm here for race 12. 9-1 on
Good.
So Handsome.
My one horse is taking a little bit of money now.
Oh, your one horse?
Yeah.
Not Scott Galloway's
Who are you on anyway? Who's your top pick?
My top. Well, you want my top pick or the horse I'd bet?
I want the horse you bet.
I'd want to bet the 9.
At 29-1?
Yeah.
Not a bad bet. Who would be your top for our little competition we just had? The 5 of us. Who's your horse?
The competition. What are we winning for? What are we playing for?
We're not playing for anything. We're playing for pride. Hashtag Ray Pride.
I'm surprised none of them picked the favorite. Do they not want to win? I mean,
we're all against the favorite here at 3-2. He's kind of drifting up. He opened up very short, but now he's drifting up a little bit here and there.
That the horse his tum must hurt. And that's what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
You see a horse drift up in price like that, that means that their snot is a little green. I don't know. I like 31-1 on the 9. I stick by that. If the horse loses, he loses. If he wins, that's $64.
Bang bang.
Something more has to happen than 1 to 5 shots, even though 21-1 raced well earlier. Can I ask you a question? Why'd you turn your mic off to go place a bet?
I don't like talking to people offset with my mic on.
Oh, I guess that's fair enough. I really should have flipped it back to the main camera so everyone could just see what happened. It looks like you're saying.
Well, it's my brother.
All that was missing was just a handshake and then a little baggie to be in.
My brother came down to a show finally. This is the first show he's been to.
Yeah, and he never stopped on set. Like I told you, if there were 2 alums on set at the same time, the universe would collapse.
Well, he might jump on here pretty quick. We'll see.
Well, we have 50 seconds to go. They're eating Swedish fish over there. All I'm thinking about is the Dan Patch was the feature race of the night, but the highlight of the evening is going to be dinner.
Right.
Right after this. At 10 o'clock at night.
That's fine.
We'll get to bed at 3 a.m.?
Yep.
Which I believe...
If we're lucky, that's early.
Yeah, I might just walk back to the hotel.
we got things to do.
There's nothing suspicious about just a kid with a backpack walking to a Holiday Inn.
Right. Well,
at 3 in the morning.
We've got 10 seconds to post here for race number 12. So, Ray, take us home.
Okay. 7-5 on Bluebird Reverend. Second choice at 3-1, the 5, Sweet Mr. Pine Tucky. Third choice at 4-1, the 6, Stenhouse Hanover. Full field of 10. Swings into the stretch for the 12th. This field is in motion and approaching the start. Off stride, the 8, What a Swan. The rest on gate. Now they're off and trotting. Double account left, but went off stride. So up towards the front comes Bluebird Reverend, the favorite, floating towards the lead. Inside, So Handsome secures the pocket. Wide of him, wings up to the turn. Gonna now tuck into third. Ahead of Double Cash Hall, sitting fourth, moving to the opening quarter. Then Crystal Ice back fifth, ahead of Sweet Mr. Pine Tucky sixth. Seventh comes Stenhouse Hanover, back to Bo IC Time. And then a longer ways to the breakers. What a Swan and Double Account. 27-2 the first quarter. To the backside, Bluebird Reverend leads by a length and a half, sitting the pocket, So Handsome. Then third, wings up, moving towards the half, is off the cones, off stride. goes Crystal Ice from 5th. Now towards the center of the track. Moving outside from 4th. Double a Cash Hall. Catching that cover comes Sweet Mr. Pine-Tucky from 5th. Then 6th comes Stenhouse Hanover. Bo I See Time Inherit 7th. And now the breakers collect in the back. Crystal Ice, Double Account, and What a Swan. Past the half in 56 and 4. To the far turn, Bluebird Reverend in front by a length and 3/4. Sitting the pocket, So Handsome. Outside, now advancing, comes Double a Cash Haul into 3rd. Then 4th to the inside, Wings Up. 2nd over, Sweet Mr. Pine-Tucky with about 4 lengths to recoup on the leader. Bluebird Reverend past 3/4 in 1:25 and 2. Into the stretch. Bluebird Reverend in front here by 2, as now So Handsome angles from the pocket, but loses ground wide of Wings Up. Towards the open stretch and center of the track comes Sweet Mr. Pine-Tucky, but Bluebird Reverend holding firm into the final 16th. Stenhouse Hanover to the inside, rallies late to the outside. Sweet Mr. Pine-Tucky, Bluebird Reverend holds on by a neck. Stenhouse Hanover 2nd, then Sweet Mr. Pine-Tucky in 1:53 and 1. A fitting conclusion to the broadcast here as Bluebird Reverend sent at odds of 3-2. This goes basically wire to wire.
And Rod is missing again. Another fitting.
Rod has left the set. He told me to shut things down, which also probably means I pack up the set. So if I'm lucky, I'll have dinner by 11:30. Mike, though, even though you couldn't be here with us live, at least you're here remotely with us for this 3 hours. It was
4 hours.
a decent card of racing. Couple of long shots early, but I'm sure you're happy.
Oh, man.
You want to stop by and talk about it? What a surprise visit here by, are you the tailor?
No.
Or is your last name made?
No, I'm Ernie Martinez.
Ernie Martinez, who just bought in. This news broke today.
Put the deal together and
Does that,
bought in, yep.
That means when the deal was finalized today?
We've been working on it since last week. Yes. We had a deal done before he raced last week. We just had to add some finishing touches.
Well, one thing I could see is like when I see you buy into a horse, right there I know how much longer is this horse going to be racing, really? Because I know the kind of game at least your syndicate plays, especially when you bought Lazarus and you brought him up here. He's now, where's he standing stud again?
New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Deo Valente. Yeah.
Okay, and
then there was Tactical Landing.
Oh yes. I forgot you bought into Tactical Landing.
I bought him as a yearling.
Oh, you pack a punch too.
Anyway.
So then, with Lather Up, I imagine the speed is the appeal, but also he's a kind of an anomaly pedigree-wise.
You know, he's an amazing individual, and if you look at as many horses as I do, you're always asking why. And
well, trust me, I bet a lot of them. That's what I'm thinking.
The best way I can describe this horse, he's like having a sail that's the size of the Meadowlands on a canoe.
Okay.
Because he's got a tremendous air and lung capacity.
You've seen firsthand. Oh.
We've all seen firsthand, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what you meant. I thought you were saying like you got in with the camera and everything.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No. He's a tremendous. He's a beast. So, just got to keep him healthy
and then retire him by December, right?
No,
okay.
We're
okay. You're open to racing him.
Yes, a lot of people would say, well, he doesn't have much of a pedigree, but I'm the guy that put the deal together on Cadabra.
Oh yeah.
And Cadabra is number 1 in Canada. And he won the Hamiltonian last week.
His progeny.
Yeah. So
how many fillies has he had win the Oaks?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
This colt is game changing.
Really?
Game changing.
Game changing.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I'll have to take your word for it. You're the one with the money. I wish I had a head for those cowboy hats too.
Yeah,
I have to say.
Yeah.
I got
try
the
it on?
hair. Oh yeah. I can't. I got Ernie Martinez's cowboy hat.
to wear like a true cowboy wears it a little down right there. See?
Okay.
There
Yes, you really want to restrict the blood flow.
Yeah.
I want to not be able to read tomorrow.
This is so perfect.
So I think what that
Keep
meant.
up the good work. Keep up the good work.
You mean I wasn't crowned as the next TaylorMade? That wasn't my throning?
You got to graduate into that. You're on your way. You're on your way.
I really thought that was my chance to leave rags finally. The rags are getting soggy, Ernie. I need some riches at some point.
Riches, yeah.
Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, my good man.
Two-time winner.
Keep up the good work.
Oh, you got warm hands too.
We're gonna come
I need
back
your blood flow.
Be well.
You too. Salud. Ernie Martinez of TaylorMade Syndicate. An unexpected drop-in interview.
That was great, by the way. The hat was perfect.
I'm surprised it fit my big head as well, yeah.
We need to get you a hat from now on to do every show.
Don't make me a hat guy. Don't make me the Judah Friedlander of harness
Listen,
racing.
that suited you way better than any other hat has ever suited you in your life. You wait till you see the replay. It is unbelievable. It is so good. Like, this was the best part of the show, and it came at the very end. It almost didn't even happen.
Well, I really should have just cut the stream then with the hat on.
That was great.
Either that or I'm going to reboot. How did I forget the name of the movie? The Mel Brooks cowboy movie. Blazing Saddles. It's time to go. I can't even remember Blazing Saddles. I've been Ray Catolo. He's Mike Prebosi. Rod, I gotta find where Rod is because he's my ride back. So I'm gonna spend the next hour doing that.
Rod left with the women.
Oh yeah, probably. I'll go find Rod while I wait and order my enchiladas. This has been North American Harness Update 3 Wide live from the Dan Patch Stakes. I've been Ray Catolo. My blood sugar's ever diminishing, but I also have to go hunt down Ernie Martinez's cowboy hat because I need to tell him what exactly I left inside of it. So from everyone here from North American Harness Update, I say goodbye, farewell, so long, Godspeed, au revoir, take care, bye-bye.
Oh, you're signing.
Oh, you want to sign off for us?
Yeah, let me.
Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. Come up on me. Name?
Marie.
Marie.
Mhm.
Okay. I see you got a T-shirt.
I have two.
You have two?
I have 2 T-shirts.
Oh, I didn't get one.
Well, these aren't mine though. I'm just holding them. I'm keeping them safe.
Okay, I got you. You see, I did everything. I got in the position.
Mhm.
I huddled. I hiked. And,
you know, you had rowdy people in front of you though.
and really, I would have taken a fight also. I would have loved to just watch some sort of brawl set loose, and then I could finally announce what I was born to announce.
I understand. Did you win?
I actually tore up the only bet I made tonight because it lost.
Oh.
Yeah. Although I gave out the 80-to-1 shot for the superfecta in that big race.
Where's your next? Where are you going after this?
After this, that's a good question.
Mhm.
We go back to we're on Fridays 9 to 11. This is a good thing for everyone at home to know. Fridays 9 to 11.
Can people see me?
Yeah.
Oh, hi people. Hi.
I hope your mic's still on.
I'm here, people, live from Indianapolis. No, Anderson, Indiana.
I mean, but isn't it like Indianapolis?
It is like
It's
Indianapolis.
just an hour northeast.
Just an hour. Not even an hour, about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
40 minutes or less.
It's an hour from the airport.
Yeah, that's true. Now, it is an hour from the airport.
Which that's where I came from. I was born there today, actually.
Today's your birthday. Oh.
Now you sound like you were born yesterday.
Well, I was. Actually, my birthday was yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yes. No, I'm just kidding.
We're regularly on Fridays 9 to 11. We do these remote shows every now and again.
Okay.
The next time we're on the road, we'll be at the Little Brown Jug.
And where is that?
In Ohio.
Okay. And when?
Oh, September. It's like I think it's the third Thursday in September.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact date. It's the third or fourth Thursday in September.
Okay.
And then we go to Canada in October. For
Okay.
The Breeders' Crown.
Okay.
Which was here a couple years ago. Is coming back here next year, but not this year.
Okay.
It's in Canada.
Okay. So you're going to Canada?
Yeah.
Okay.
We go all around the country. Do you want to know where I've been the last month?
I would like to know.
Okay, where we've been. Last week we were in Jersey. The week before that, well, I was home. I went to Philly that weekend. For personal things. You don't need to know what
No,
I did.
I don't need to know.
Week before that, we were in Minnesota. The week before that, we were in Jersey again. Week before that, it was July 4th. You didn't want to leave the house on July 4th.
True.
It's rough nowadays,
Mm-hmm.
especially. The week before that, I think we were in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Yeah.
So you must not have kids.
Not that I know of.
Okay, well,
He
I
is a
mean, 'cause
kid.
they would be missing you.
I surely wouldn't be missing that.
Yes, you would.
Not if I didn't know they existed.
Yes, you would. Okay, if you didn't know they existed,
Yeah.
but if you did, you would be missing them. Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
But we must go because it's been approximately 10 hours since I've last eaten.
Okay.
I mouth-fed myself some stale Chex Mix
Okay.
that was in a back room.
He definitely needs to eat.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Marie, how about for everyone here, say goodnight.
Good night.
That works for me.
Thanks.